But what if I just want to start stream right now? What do I do then? I ran out of stuff to do beforehand. I didn't feel like catching up on emails. Oh, by the way, excuse me. I don't know if the person associated with Maupin is going to get back to me in time for this stream. It's kind of ambiguous. I think I'm going to be talking to at least one of them at some point in the coming days. But I don't know if they'll be ready for this stream. Because it has not been made clear to me. What is that? Oh, okay, yes. Yeah. So that aside, how are you all doing? Yes, you have been clickbaited, but it might end up being true clickbait. Oh, and just to let you guys know, in 2 days, I'm getting my other ear surgeried, which means that after that, there's going to be a bit of a hiatus with the live streams. However, there shouldn't be as much of one as before for a few reasons. First, I'll recover faster because I know better how to treat the post-surgery ear keloid thing. And second, because it'll be on my other ear, which isn't facing the camera, which means that the whole earlobe diaper thing isn't as much of a concern. So how are you all doing? Exactly, Bilblado. Yes, Tim Pool kicking off the musical career. Hell yeah, hell yeah. You know that every time you go on a break, crazy shit happens? Yeah, I know, I know. Um, don't worry, we've got plenty to talk about today. I have to give my editors some segments to work with, so that they're not lacking for content. So how you guys doing? Huh? I've been playing, Tunic lately, which is really nice. I'm enjoying it a lot. Very cute little game. Thankfully I didn't spoil myself going into it. Somniostatic, I just addressed that question. FBI caught a groiper plotting a mass shooting plus possession of CP. Yeah, we went over this. Though I think the article that we saw didn't include them planning on doing a shooting. I think it's really funny, the whole, like, beef between Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk's views are not that distinct from Nick Fuentes's. I mean, Charlie Kirk is heterosexual and probably more authentically religious, but apart from that, they're really not that far off. It's funny like this, because back when that beef started a couple of years ago with TPUSA and the Groypers, um, way back when, Charlie Kirk was a bit more crypto about all the more overtly fascist stuff, but now they're probably like pretty much, yeah, they're probably more or less in line. Um, well, Vasha went to school with that guy. Was he popular? What's your opinion on spanking as a form of punishment? Entirely negative. My opinion on spanking is holistically negative in every sense, even in a kink sense, because spanking to me is like funny, and turning it into a kink is taking it seriously, at least to an extent, and that just ruins the fun, you know? Like, everybody likes slapping asses. Like, if you're with somebody and they have an ass, like, of course you want to slap, it's an ass, like, whap, you know? But it's not like a, like, I don't think of it as like a punishment thing or whatever, or, you know, I just like slapping an ass, you know? It'd be like making a kink out of grabbing a tit, you know? Like, what if I just want to grab a tit because it's squishy? Like, it's not that, you know, it's not not that complicated. Yeah. Could you talk more about your game idea? No, 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 no. You hold your horses. We've got content to go over, my friends. Um, though I did have another idea. I thought this would be really cool. This would be like a good concept. You know what I mean? You guys know farming games? You have like Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon, like shit like that, right? I've never enjoyed games like that much, because there's not really a challenge element. It's just kind of like falling into the routine of slowly building your plot, which I don't find enjoyable at all. In fact, it triggers in me like existential despair that I'm just like sitting there doing something that requires very little thought or challenge. So what if it was a game where in a post-industrial apocalypse where everything sucks, you stumble across like a garbage dump left on top of what was once arable land, like a farm, like farming territory. And you're like, well, we're all probably going to die anyway, so fuck it. Yeah, why not? And you try to like actually make a farm, like resurrect the farm, you know? And at first you have a limited amount of your like rations that you came there with, but eventually you have to, yeah, like Frostpunk to an extent, but very focused on the farming thing specifically. And you have to like defend the plot from like raiders and rodents and stuff, and like clear trash off of it and try to scavenge parts, and like and it would be difficult to like raise anything, right? Because the soil isn't ideal. So it's like and you have to like balance like using chemical fertilizers, which might fuck you over down the line but get you a faster crop yield now. And it would be genuinely challenge like oriented, and there would be a kind of broader progression. I know about RimWorld. Thank you. But I mean specifically with the farming. No enemies? I just said fend off raiders. But yes, RimWorld I think has a fairly similar gameplay loop. Botch, Red Pill arc incoming. Sneeko was looking at your debate content during a review with D. Is Destiny talking about me when he's talking to other larger content creators too? Like he's talking to a guy with over 1 million subs on YouTube, and Destiny's like, okay, hold on. All right, so there's this guy. All right, well, you know, the wacky world out there. Wacky world out there. My God. I'd love to watch a debate between you and Sneeko. All Sneeko has to do, all he has to do, he can just email me. Did one of Maupin's accusers actually talk to you? I got an email from Yankee Tanky, not Spanky Tanky. That's Caleb. Yankee Tanky, who wants to challenge me on some stuff. But I talked to him, and he's not able to talk today. But then he said that there was another person who might be able to talk today, and I told him to tell them to email me today to talk at 5 p.m. PT, which is 3 minutes from now. But I haven't gotten an email, so I'm guessing just. I mean, this was all like a same day thing. So if they end up not being available today, that's fine. I'm not going to hold that against them or treat that as some kind of slight. Hope you do get to talk to them. That'd be so cool. Yeah, it'd be pretty fun. He took issue with them, with calling all them red fash and piece of shit in YouTube chat. Well, I saw him on Twitter, and his first bio descriptor was anti-imperialist, and he was talking about how Russia's winning the war or whatever. So, there does have to be some kind of ideological alignment to be in the cult with Caleb Maupin. There are some parallels there. Are you going to address those paragraphs, Lowell? Which paragraphs? Nobody in chat's typing that much. A Colorado GOP senator switched parties, albeit with a strong opposition to abortion. Really? Colorado GOP senator becomes Democrat, cites voting falsehoods. Citing alarm. A moderate GOP Colorado state senator has switched his affiliation to Democrat. Huh, all right. Well, that's nice. It's Colorado, right? I don't think there was ever a threat of the Republicans getting control of the state legislature there. Address these nuts. True. Oh man, we got a lot to go over. How long will I let us procrastinate? Probably a little while. I've got time. I like talking to you guys. Someone sent this to you. Caleb's actions were abhorrent, but he also deplatformed himself and sought help after he was exposed. No. He didn't deplatform himself. he got chased off the internet and booted out when all of his bad behavior over years, like, piled up to him. He got caught. He didn't, like, step down. And saying he's going to seek help is, like, the #1 thing everyone does when they've been caught doing really bad shit. He hasn't done anything. When you were exposed, you kept streaming? Is this a troll post? When I was weird to a girl on Discord, that we're comparing that to a cult where you prostitute out people. I think this is a troll post. Do you think he'll actually work at Burger King? He's gonna have to do something, man. He is it's from Bad Empanada, according to someone in chat. Okay, that's around the right IQ level, I guess. The skull shape matches up. Do they have Burger King in Russia? Well, one thing we learned from the manifesto is that Caleb Maupin is not himself willing to travel outside the country. I don't think he's going to go to Russia. Yep. More extreme homosexual energy from Andrew Tate. This is a Discord link. I'm not downloading a fucking Discord link from chat. Are you insane? It's gonna do Better Call Saul, but with Burger King instead of a Cinnabon. Dude, fucking Better Call Saul premise, except with a cult leader, would actually be a banger of a story right there. Where they're like somewhere in like northwest Mexico, in a town that has 3 people or something, just as far out of the way as possible, and they're reminiscing to when they got chased out of the U.S. from the nasty shit they did. Looks like Twitch finally banned Tate. Damn, so that's everything, right? So that's everything? So that's YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. That's pretty much it, right? Like that's pretty much it. God damn. He still made millions. This isn't really a W? Yeah, it is. I don't give a fuck if he makes money. I give a fuck if there are, like, millions of 14-year-old boys that are learning, like, rape technique from him. He still has D Live. It doesn't matter. It cuts his audience down to 100th of what it was before. Maybe Spacebox Man. Didn't this scam also get shut down? I haven't seen anything about that. We'll talk about him too. We're gonna give the principled, we're gonna give the libertarian argument. Excuse me, for his deplatforming. New James Webb picks. Wow. Rootin' tootin'. New web images of Jupiter highlight the planet's features, including its turbulent great red spot, shown in white here, in amazing detail. God damn. Something about you applying chapstick with a thick mustache unholy. It goes under the mustache. The chapstick doesn't hit the mustache. It would be pretty weird if it did. Okay, a lot of links here. What? Made a cool shitpost thing involving Maupin and Mandelic dialogue. I can't promise I'll go over any videos. I love you, though. Meat Canyon video? This is probably copyright, right?
Gentlemen, we've had...
This is probably copyright, yeah. Nah, it probably is. It probably is. It probably is. It probably is. Hassan was watching us during Twitch. Twitch doesn't have DMCA content ID. At least link it. You just saw the title on stream, you fucking lazy. What is wrong with you? Fucking lick it. You saw it had 2.5 million views and it released in like a day ago. You think you can't find it? Jesus. 2 years ago, I teamed up with a fellow Redditor, tried to take the most ridiculous moonshot we could. Here's a 174 megapixel look at our cosmic companion. Aw. Neat. God damn, though. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, that's a nice crunchy image. Yeah. Yeah, so much so that it lags in the browser. Whew. Ooh, oh yeah. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, we're slowly opening up the space here. I like it. I wish it looked like reddish to us, you know? Like, obviously, this is because of the color choice, and the lens, and the blah blah. I really wish we had, a reddish moon. It would just look cool. I don't know. How rad is it we can basically make Google Earth images of other planets? Yeah, it's pretty fucked that we can, like, map the surface of the moon way more effectively than we can our own oceans. You see Peter Coffin's response to the Maupin drama? Yeah, I saw. In other news, YouTube channel Business Casual is suing YouTube for copyright against an RT channel. What? What are you people linking me? What is this? Why I'm suing YouTube. This is a 2-hour-long video. I agree.
Off from our video
I agree.
from Russia.
I agree.
Merely as a content.
I agree.
And that brings me.
All right, good luck. Yeah, I agree. That's true, Thana. I'm holding strong for now, though. He's basically saying that RT stole his videos and YouTube liked it. Ah. All right, closing this, closing that. Oh, I don't know if that person's going to send me the email. That's a shame. We'll see if they do. Maybe they'll come around. Possible. Be a good convo. Is Vosh always pissed when he starts a stream early? I'm in a good mood. Though I'm not looking forward to the whole ear surgery thing. That's going to be a pain in the ass. Nope, already finished a Tiger Fox King. On very hard. With one hand tied behind my back. What is this video? I think I need to do a video response before I talk about Andrew Tate. I need to get my, my axioms aligned. Okay, you got Nick video. US ain't doing too good. Media's here for it. Somebody in chat linked it. Let's go. Why not?
America, the
That's
burger
true.
state, the freedom state, the gun state, the we fry and put sugar in everything state,
That's true.
the gas guzzler state, the Hollywood super state, the dream state.
Yeah.
America.
Yeah.
How are you doing? It seems we need to have a talk.
Mhm.
When you want to put your hand on the pulse of what direction a country is going in, you can look at literally tens of different factors. The economy, class-based wealth inequality, ethnic divisions, generational misunderstanding, political rhetoric of those in power, citizen buying power, foreign policy, and so on and so on and so on.
Wait. Isn't Nikocado Avocado not even American? Was he not born in another country and he moved over here? Isn't he Ukrainian? I think, is America even the fattest country? He's from South America. He's Brazilian? Oh, okay, never mind. Fattest countries on Earth. I think America, like, we're right up there with some other. Yeah, hold on. Nauru, Cook Islands, Palau, Marshall Islands, Tuvalu, Niue, Tonga, Samoa, Kiribati. This is a really interesting collection of, like, most obesest here. Micronesia, Kuwait, and then the first real country, let's be real, the United States, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Libya. Wait, Saudi Arabia is right next to us? And we're at number 69.9? Nice. Turkey, Egypt, Lebanon, United Arab Emirates. Okay, I think I remember reading an article on this. Isn't a lot of the obesity and overweight stuff in these smaller island nations because they find it attractive? Isn't that a thing? Aren't, like, super fat women in some of these places considered, like, mega hot? So for that reason, there's just a cultural predilection towards that? I don't know. It's probably super complicated. I don't know. Whatever. Wait, no, he is Ukrainian according to Wikipedia? Wait, then why'd so many people say Brazilian? Okay, whatever.
But the American brain doesn't seem to give a gokurats about any of these, so we'll politely ignore them for today. As long as you can own the libs, make fun of the rednecks, or go back to brunch, the American psyche is at ease. Trump was terrifying because he was a mirror American society had to face, so they replaced it with a barely standing, dementia-stricken one. Now, it's the conservatives' turn to do the screeching until the tables turn again and again and again. This loop
Don't know if I agree with that analysis. We'll wait for a more substantive point.
of almost pretend conflict between the good and the bad, limited to 4-year intervals, is a sort of reboot button for Americans. When the time comes, everything bad the previous administration did is brushed under the rug, using the excuse that this is not what America is really about, so that it can go on and repeat the same mistakes, in the grander scheme of things, of course, as before.
Okay, yeah, it is a partisan political system, but yeah, no, this does come across a rather r/I am very smart way of delivering that message. I mean, that is true. When you have political parties and they trade off being in power, they do tend to do that. Yeah.
Just painted in a different brush.
Oh, excuse me.
So, while I was sitting there, one hand in my pants and the other one on a cold glass of brewski, thinking of what sort of video on the slow downturn of the American empire would resonate with most of you tavarishi, I got an idea. None of you care about facts, statistics, numbers, lines going up or down. We live for our content, for our media, for shit to watch, read, listen to, and consume. So I thought, why not just do that? Paint a picture of where shit's heading through literal headlines. Lucky for us, that would not be too unscientific. Media adjusts to demand, and demand is
What point was I brought here to argue against?
built on opinions. Whatever the mainstream stress points are, the fears, concerns, points of pride, etc., define what most articles are going to be about. Therefore, in a roundabout way, my tavarishi, the way to feel the pulse of a country much more intimately than through graphs and statistics is by looking at what they write. So, in order to have a true overview of the current state of things and the wider informational agenda being pushed in the States, we'll divide the conversation in 4 stages of grief, just like with a breakup. Denial, telling people you're still in a relationship, or in this case, the media fighting anti-establishment.
Yeah, sorry. Whatever the point is of this video, the lead is buried. To the point that I whatever. Mods permaban whoever linked that, and then permaban them in real life. Mods are revolting. All right. We ready? We ready to ride? Okay. So, Andrew Tate is a guy who exists. I can make a ton of jokes about him, which I have in excess. Maybe slightly too many. Probably not, though. If you're unfamiliar with the content that he's produced, I'm not going over it here. We're not talking about really that much of what Andrew Tate has actually done. What we're talking about is his deplatforming. This is one of the most high-profile, synchronized deplatformings of a public figure that I've ever seen, which is really impressive. For those of you who don't know, Andrew Tate, a former somewhat MMA fighter, I think he did acting at some point, I don't know, recently blew up. I mean, really blew up. I think his tag on TikTok, which was his main platform, had 14 billion views. And he sold himself basically as like an ultra-wealthy, hyper-masculine red pillar who was teaching people the, I don't know, virtues of dehumanizing women and sexual assault, I'm guessing. He said a lot of dumb stuff. I'll lightly touch on it, but I don't think what he's actually said here is that relevant. to the subject of his deplatforming, because invariably, so first of all, most people seem to be happy with his deplatforming. The reason for that is because he made a critical error, which is that he got too big. When you say vile stuff online, you're usually fine up to a point. But past a point, the normies get a hold of you, and because your views are really only acceptable online where nobody's within punching distance of you, I mean, like this is the consequence, you know. Once people like really catch on to what it is you're doing, public pressure mounts. No website wants to be seen as the website hosting like the next wave of misogyny, and they all Captain Planeted it up to take him down. I think it's YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and apparently Twitch. Twitch now apparently has also banned him. Twitch has a very 1984 Big Brother Oceania-esque policy towards bans, where if a person is banned, not only can they not make an account, but they can't show up. You can't hear their voice or see their face on other people's streams, or those streams will get banned, which pretty effectively removes him from the from the running there. So because he because he attracted so much attention, his views, which were of course unpalatable to the broader audience, most people now seem to be pretty happy with his deplatforming. However, some people are not. And I've seen this over and over again. This like well, I don't agree with Andrew Tate. However, don't you think it's bad that he was deplatformed? Normally, this is supported by one of numerous arguments that I consider to be pretty bad. And I wanted to talk about that, because this is just an extension of the terms of service argument that I've been wasting my time with on this website for a good portion of the time that I've had a channel. And I think this is just an excellent example of getting at the core of the issue here. Okay, so there are a couple of pragmatic arguments I hear, and then there are some more ideological ones. All right? So I want to address the pragmatic ones first, okay? Now, there are people who will say Andrew Tate's beliefs and the stuff that he said were very, very, very harmful. However, by deplatforming him, all you're really doing him is forcing him out into the corner, you know, where his attitudes and values can't be checked by people. They can't be accounted for and debunked. He'll only get more extreme. He'll only grow more of a shadow audience in the background, you know. Deplatforming him will actually allow his views to grow more. This is just factually incorrect. I'm not even going to waste much time with this one. No content creator is ever like, yes, I've been banned from every social media site ever. Perfect. I have them right where I want them. No, but this does not happen. It doesn't. It's not true. Obviously, that's the reason why this whole like oligarchy, or not oligarchy, like this monopoly or near monopoly on social media is such an issue. If you get kicked out of mainstream avenues for content creation and distribution, that massively cuts your audience, you know? Every once in a while you have exceptions. For example, Alex Jones has maintained a huge media empire despite being, banned pretty much everywhere. But I don't think you could fairly argue that Alex Jones' audience would be smaller if he did also have the ability to use mainstream media channels in order to promote his brand and image. I don't think he would be. I don't think he was helped by deplatforming. I think he did well despite the impediment. But that's not really an argue to the point that deplatforming is somehow helpful. So that's just not true. Just not true at all. And then there's this whole by keeping them in the shadows, you don't learn to debunk their arguments. The best way, tell me if you haven't heard this before, okay? The best way to tear apart bad ideas is to expose them to the sunlight. It's to keep them out there in the open so you can learn those arguments and you can debunk them, okay? I hear this said so often, which is weird because nobody really believes this, right? Like, does anyone actually believe, genuinely, sincerely, in their heart of hearts, that bad ideas will always get corrected and disbelieved if they're exposed publicly? Is that what you think? The interesting thing is that a lot of the people who say this, the whole like sunlight is the best disinfectant, like the people who will say that are also people who are let's say have some very contentious opinions on broader political issues. If you believe that misinformation and harmful values will get fixed through exposure, then why do you hate the mainstream media so much? Right? Have you ever noticed that? Isn't that a bit interesting? It's like, oh wait, so if you so you believe that exposing bad arguments leads to the defeat of those bad arguments, so why are you arguing against the broader institutional ideologies you disagree with? They shouldn't exist by your metric. Unless you're implicitly conceding that you must be in the wrong, because if those continue to exist in the sunlight, they must be correct. Nobody actually believes this. Oh, and by the way, nobody, even leaving aside like the irrationality of that perspective, right? Because obviously it's not true. Humans do not have some like innate bias towards things that are morally or empirically correct. Who thinks that? Have you interacted with a human ever? Have you talked with anyone? Have you done anything? Do you live? Do you exist? Am I arguing with like a dead man or a concept? Of course we don't. Humans have overwhelmingly been just a hodgepodge of biases and anecdotal arguments and flagrantly, provably false beliefs. You know, the whole the scientific revolution has been this relatively recent desperate effort at clawing together something approximating empirical analysis. People spend their lives learning how to refine the processes by which they can learn what's true. We do not have a natural affinity for any of that crap. So don't even. And that's leaving aside the fact, by the way, that the biggest audience for Andrew Tate's content wasn't like fully rational adults with well-developed brains, as though those people never get stuff wrong. It was like 14-year-old boys, you know? And if you don't think the average person has a natural predilection towards the truth, which they don't, that is just not a defensible belief, you can't possibly believe that high schoolers do too. That's ridiculous. Obviously they don't. And I know that nobody believes that for reasons that I'm about to illustrate. First of all, has anyone... Pardon me for bringing this argument out. Walk up to one of these people. Oh, sunlight's the best disinfectant, right? Okay. So don't you think we should have MAPS and pedophile destigmatization groups be given mainstream attention and coverage? Surely the public expression of their beliefs would lead to more people being willing to debunk them. I mean, after all, the more pro-pedophilia people we have arguing their positions in public, surely this would benefit society. Do they believe this? No, they don't. No, they don't. They do not. No, they don't. I'm not even going to tolerate any, you know, any devil's advocacy here. None of these people would ever stand up for that position, okay? And the reason for that is because nobody fucking believes it. Nobody believes it. Why is everyone saying Mr. Grow? That's not even like the argument. I know your brains are latching on to some kind of like parallel equivocacy that you're drawing on here, but that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the very idea that if there is vice in the world, that vice should be promoted and exposed and popularized because it reduces the vice. Nobody actually believes this. But they pretend to sometimes when it fits into this like pseudo-libertarian deplatforming is actually harmful because when you have people like Andrew Tate who are like basically pro-rape, and they're being listened to by millions and millions of like middle school boys, somehow the middle school boys being exposed to those beliefs will make them better at not believing those things. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's completely nonsensical. It's not even worth talking about, really. Those are the pragmatic arguments that I see against deplatforming, in the sense of like, well, actually deplatforming is the wrong strategy to take, you know. But the main thing that people tend to bring about is the ideological argument, right? And that gets a little bit more complicated. It's like this, well, you can't just get rid of ideas that you don't like, which, yeah, we can. We have a legal system. So people don't seem to understand, but like all of the legal distinctions that we make, whether it comes to murder versus self-defense or murder versus manslaughter, when is it or is it not sexual assault? When is this person in the right, this person in the wrong, slavery, any of these things, all these laws that we have are based on political biases that we have. They are, in essence, discriminatory against people of certain political dispositions. People tend to believe that law is somehow amoral, that it's separated from morality, that law is like this separate pragmatic issue, and then like morality dances and weaves around it, but but they're not like really the same thing. Law is just codified morality. It's just the issues we have such a stance on that can be pragmatically weighed in on, that they've been enshrined in legal documents, that we're willing to use the power of the state to bring the hammer down on people who violate those principles. What we've done in building a civilization is use systems to ostracize and punish people who we find morally lacking. That's one of the main things civilization is. Now, I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with this process. It's just a matter of whether or not it's being done well or poorly. But it's a necessary thing that has to be done, right? The moment you decide it's wrong to murder people, and if someone does a murder, we will arrest them or exile them or punish them or hit them with a rock, depending on what time period and place in the world you're talking about. The moment you decide that, you are making decisions about what kinds of behavior are acceptable and what punishment should be meted out to people who don't meet those standards of behavior. Now, as a utilitarian, I generally side with the idea that punishments are one of a number of tools which are effective at deterring behavior that hurts people. Speaking broadly, it's good to avoid doing that if possible, Now, thankfully, when it comes to deplatforming with people like Andrew Tate, we're not even necessarily talking about a punishment, at least not in the traditional sense. What we're talking about is an unwillingness to promote the voice of, a removal of access to. Now, of course, in practice, having something and then having it taken away is a kind of punishment. But he's not being arrested, he's not being thrown in jail because he's, as I understand, he's evaded the police on that sexual assault issue. So, he's ducked that one for now. We'll see how long he's able to keep it up. But when it comes to his deplatforming, it's not a legal matter. It's really just a matter of people deciding, through whatever systems are available, what virtue and what vice should be promoted in the public space. Now, guys, please keep this in mind, okay? Overwhelmingly, throughout history, we have made an effort to promote what people consider to be virtue in public spaces and through public mediums, right? I know this because conservatives won't shut the fuck up about it. They are constantly talking about the need to stop promoting vice, like the presence of queer people, in children's shows. That's a big thing for them. What they're essentially saying is that they want some types of media deplatformed. Being taken off the air is deplatforming for a show, after all, because they consider the morals present in that media to be harmful. They're making an argument that it's not enough to simply have this laissez-faire libertarian, anything goes attitude towards, say, children's programming. You have to exercise some discretion, which is a value that, hey, by the way, I agree with. If somebody made a kid show and then it started being like pro-rape and that was the lesson of the show, it was like they snuck that in somehow and it was just airing on Cartoon Network, I would actually be very okay with it being taken off the air. That's totally okay with me. I don't know if anyone would disagree with that necessarily. And if you can argue in favor of some kind of morally informed cultivation of media on one medium, You can do it for any of them. But I can hit you even further on this. Given the fact that law itself is nothing more than a codification of morality, when people say stuff like, the only stuff I want removed from TOS, or like due to TOS, is stuff that's already illegal. What you're basically doing there is you're ceding the argument. You're not making a real moral argument. I see this from people like, they're like, Twitter TOS shouldn't ban people unless they're literally breaking the law. Well, why are you letting law, which is nothing more than the codified morality determined by the people we happen to elect, be the moral line for where you think ethically the terms of service should be on a social media platform? If the law suddenly got like way more light on stochastic terrorism, death threats or whatever, would you then say, okay, now our platform should allow that as well? Why are you ceding the ethical argument exclusively to a few hundred like octogenarian millionaires in Congress? Does anyone else feel like that's kind of dodging the moral question? We're talking morally. What should and shouldn't be promoted through social media? What attitudes are so harmful that it probably warrants a ban? I think that's a valid question. But if you duck it and you're like, oh yeah, just the current legal system just happens to get it perfectly right in all those issues, and like, don't worry, no, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe that at all. And by the way, I hate to bring this one up again, but there are a lot of things that people who make this whole you shouldn't deplatform argument see on Twitter that they're actually very okay with deplatforming. Maps, minor attracted persons. I've seen enough time, on Twitter, all these screw the TOS, nothing more than what is or isn't illegal. That should be the line right there. Well, I hate to say it, guys, not actually illegal. A lot of that creepo behavior you see on social media that you nonetheless want these people to get banned for. None of you shed tears over them. So what is it then? The legal line and then also like maps? Okay. So why not people who are pro-rape? Right? Right? If you're capable of making an ethical argument that some people's beliefs are so toxic and so harmful, that there should be kind of a social ostracization of those beliefs, you can't stop that at just one point. You've opened up the broader argument. It's an unavoidable argument. It's an argument that we've been having for as long as media has existed. So to deny all of that and then pretend that there's some kind of ideological or historical precedent for, oh yeah, actually we should engage in no cultivation whatsoever of publicized media outside of the strictest limitations of the law. Right there. I just don't believe you. I don't believe anyone actually believes that. And even if you do believe that, there are inconsistencies in the argument. We do cultivate, and that's fine. Because, and I have to ask here, would you just let society be ruined because you're too afraid to take down the channel of somebody with bad ideas? We have to bring this out, make it a hypothetical, draw it out to its greatest possible extent. You have like a fascist YouTuber or whatever, and they lie, they mislead, they misdirect, they promote horrible values, but nothing they do is technically illegal, and they get worse and worse, and they get a huge hate following, like a following of hateful people. They get a hate following too, of course, and it gets worse and worse and worse, and this has an effect on our political outcomes, and this leads to different electoral outcomes, and eventually, like, our country literally gets pulled into fascism because we were afraid of the social harm that might be brought about if we normalized banning one YouTube channel. At what point do you think, hey, maybe this, like, fake selective free speech extremism isn't actually good for society, There is always going to be the risk of people abusing and misusing media cultivation. I made an argument for that earlier. There are conservatives who think that the representation of queer people should be kept out of children's media because they think it's degenerate, That would be an example of an effort to cultivate media that I consider to be completely immoral. I think you can argue against that. But remember, We live in a world full of systems that can be good or harmful depending on how they're used. The legal system that we live in right now has a lot of problems, but I would never want to live in a society with no legal system where you could just murder and rape as you pleased. That would probably be worse, in my opinion. So rather than this oh, I don't agree with Andrew Tate, but I think it's wrong to deplatform because blah, blah, stop. Make an actual argument on harm. Do you not think his content warranted that point? That the point where something is harmful enough? And by the way, you see all these stories on social media, like people saying that like high schools and middle schools are full of boys who are just being horrible to the girls and women there. Like social harm is being done here. At what point do you hit that line where it's totally okay to engage in that kind of cultivation? And if you don't believe that line exists, then would you be okay with just anything being thrown in children's shows? If not, then where's the why the inconsistency? Especially since, these days, a lot of adults watch children's shows and a lot of children watch Tate. So I'm okay. I want to engage in the actual argument here. I want to argue, what should be allowed? What shouldn't be allowed? Are there problems with the systems we have for social exclusion now? Yes, there always will be. But that doesn't mean social exclusion is never warranted, because social exclusion through deplatforming is just an extension of the exclusion that we've already codified into law. We already have systems for extricating bad ideas from our society. This is just a part of that. It's an unavoidable part. It has never not existed. There is no free speech extremist attitude that can be rooted in any meaningful, long-standing attitude towards media. And it's never affected anything either. And by the way, all these so-called free speech extremists who, all these conservatives who are like, yeah, we're going to make Parler, we're going to make Gab, we're going to make Vox, or not Vox, sorry. What's the one that it was like the Reddit clone? Chat will remind me. The moment they make their sites, they are instantly more authoritarian and censorship friendly than the original social media sites that they are copying their format from. Every single time. Literally every single time this happens. 100% of the time, with no exceptions, this is what happens. Nobody actually wants social media or any kind of media with no cultivation whatsoever. Not just for legal reasons either. We don't, because it makes these systems, these spaces, intolerable to use. Nobody wants to use social media where just anyone can do anything, because it turns into a festering shithole. People are not naturally oriented towards perfectly sociable behavior online. Not even close. There is some degree of rulemaking, some degree of cultivation, which is necessary to let things move smoothly for literally everyone's benefit here. It's not like there aren't victims of a so-called, censorship-free system or outlet, leaving aside like the harassment, the doxing, the implicit, the hate, the threats, the cultivation of bad ideas. And because a lot of people who disagree with me on this will ignore the social harm present in all the shit Andrew Tate says, just remember that the most free speech whatever prominent board in recent past that I can think of was 8chan, and it was immediately flooded with child porn. Even if you got rid of all the child porn via magic wand, it still would have been full of pedophiles. Enjoy your cultivation-free internet. Yeah, it's never happened once without going to shit. So, yeah. I think that Andrew Tate getting deplatformed is good, because he is a almost universally reprehensible person with no caveats. It's basically just all bad. The occasional not horrible things that he said are usually stupid, and when they're not stupid, they're banal. So you have banal is the best. That's that's the best outcome. And then you have the stupid, and then you have the morally reprehensible. And there are serious social consequences to, allowing ideas like those to fester and propagate freely. And I am, as I would be okay with the cultivation of literally any other form of media, totally okay with just these social media sites not hosting him. Leaving aside the fact, by the way, that he would have had to sign, agreements on the terms of service and what would happen if he violated those terms of service on those platforms. And basically every single social media site has a clause in their terms of service agreement about spreading hate speech. So, but I don't even want to get into like a contractual argument here. Even if there was no TOS whatsoever in these sites and people who were banned, it happened only at the discretion of the admins of that site, I still think you can make a very good moral argument for his deplatforming. And I haven't seen a single person defending him, by the way, actually make an argument for why he shouldn't have been deplatformed outside of either pragmatically or ideologically indefensible positions. Just these basic boilerplate bumper sticker arguments that no one actually believes, like sunlight is the best disinfectant. Like, yeah, dude, the Nazi Germany, if only Hitler had been a very public and widely known figure, people would have seen the problems with his arguments and they would have debunked him. And Germany would have gotten back on track. Rough out there, huh? All right, we're back. I'm happy to argue this with people if they want to, but like I've never really gotten... Was he banned from YouTube? Yeah. I've never really gotten like the real argument there. It's always this fake bullshit. This actually you're helping him when he's deplatformed, which no, I'm not. Or sorry, he's not being helped there. Or the like actually you're somehow doing something morally wrong. Oh, thank you, Merrick. Nicely, Lux. I guess where would you draw the line? I hate that question. I'm not mad at you for asking it because literally nobody knows where the line is. Do you think the law is exactly what it should be? Can you define every single ideal law that would be set? There is no line. There's a constant tumultuous battle between different ideas that form an influence where we think things should be in a given context. It's not a line. It's a tide. It's a water break. It's the shoreline. There will never be a line. I can't know where the line is because the line is 1,000,000 miles long and it's always moving. I can know whether an individual instance or person or situation is over or before the line, though. It's always going to be muddy and arbitrary. And that's the case in all of these systems. All these systems, legally as well. It's always going to be like a difficult process. New free speech arc. I want to note, by the way, that I consider my position here to be pro-free speech because the cultivation of bad ideas out of society is essential to proper democratization and building a good, effective citizen. You need people to be educated and to have a basic understanding of the world around them and to have like certain axiomatic beliefs sort of implanted into them, like basic stuff, like, we should care for the well-being of humans. I'm okay with, that being a socially compelled thing. Because if people don't have these shared, like, values and they don't work in line with these, like, we can't do shit. We can't do anything. So Andrew Tate, people like him, are nothing more than obstacles to collective human progress. They're detritus at the road. They're scum. They really are. This isn't some, like, edge case, some ideas are a little dangerous for the time, but free speech is valuable. Literally, like, he's not getting arrested here. He's a multimillionaire. He owns sports cars. He fled the country because he thought it would be harder to charge him for sexual assault. And he now sits in, like a fortress with his yes men, explaining to millions of young boys how they should view women as subhuman. This is not like an edge case at all. This is an incredibly like straightforward point here. And frankly, the free speech and freedom of women and people broadly is impacted negatively through the prominence of his illiberal beliefs. Free speech is a liberal belief, but he is not liberal. He is illiberal. All the stuff he says, all the arguments he makes, they're oppositional to liberal values. And as such, he's not, allowing the illiberal to mold the minds of our next generation is not a like pro free speech take. You're simply allowing the authoritarians, the anti-democratic, the anti-egalitarian to wrest hold of the next generation. Are you interested in the conversation and the conditions that allow people like Tate and F to come into creator? I don't know what you mean. What conversation? What do you say when you're given the statement, if your ideology is so true, why are you afraid of debate? First of all, debates are not a effective process for finding out what's true. There are, like, obviously not. That's the reason why research papers aren't, like, delivered to like an academic body via, like, rap battle or whatever. So it's more a rhetorical performance of anything. And you can challenge them on that too. Like, they've seen the presidential debates. Are those like perfect, flawless delivery mechanisms for truth? No, obviously not. Nobody really believes that debate equals like the truth. Second of all, who's afraid? It seems, from what I saw with Hassan, it seems to me, if anything, Andrew Tate is the one who's afraid. His ego is too frail for him to withstand debate because see, the thing that makes Andrew Tate particularly weak as well is that in addition to being stupid, which he is, I don't think there's some like underlying intellect there. I do think he's genuinely quite stupid. He also has too like fragile of an ego to survive direct insults without him needing to posture, but he's not clever enough with his words to keep up with somebody who would be an effective, I guess, bully to him. He would just be sort of clenching his fists impotently, wishing that they were in the ring with him, but they're not. So, like, does Andrew Tate go out seeking debate? I haven't seen that at all. I was under the impression that Hassan kind of, like, wiggled his way into one of those group chats and, like, had to be really sort of, moderate with the criticism because he knew Tate would cry and, like, ban him the nanosecond he got too open with it. Yeah, so, whatever. Also, again, as a general rule, if you're ever having trouble with these stupid fucking arguments, just compare the person making them to a pedophile. If somebody is like, if you're so secure in your idea, then why aren't you willing to debate? Like, okay, so I've had literal maps email me. Should I have like somebody on my stream to spend 2 hours talking to thousands of people in my audience, and then hundreds of thousands if it gets made into a video about how actually it's like okay to have sex with children? And then I'll like make every argument against it, but they'll still be like, what do we gain from that? My audience already believed me. My audience already held my position there. What actual thing is happening here outside of attention being brought to this person who's no doubt, stroking their dick while they jerk off. Well, yes. While they talk about this to a huge audience, like a la the Mr. Girl approach. You're only talking about pro contacts and refuse to acknowledge maps of any other opinions. Mods, you can ban anyone who's acting like that. I have no patience whatsoever for the people who are like, okay, listen up, guys. I've got a hot take that I'm willing to argue with you, okay? Oh, wait. Y'all nearly caught me there. I had to do a goofy voice. I'm a pedophile, but I think you shouldn't hurt kids. Now quit with your anti-pedophile slander. Shut the fuck up, okay? Please shut up. Shut up. I'm including you when I say maps, by the way. The people who are acting like they're some kind of bereaved victim of a social justice movement, because like they're a non-offending pedophile is just like, please. Can we not call them maps, please? The term is being used by like fucking some psych and media people now, so yeah, whatever. You can't possibly think the voice is going to prevent that from getting clipped. I don't think I've actually been clipped out of context in a little while. It's actually been a while since it happened. which is probably good, you know, probably a good thing. Hold on. So we should just remove them from society then? Remove who? The Andrew Tate people or the maps? I don't think I like that term. I don't like it either. It's euphemistically. It's euphemistic. There's a difference. True! Andrew Tate definitely seems to have a fixation with the younger girls, that's for sure. Shouldn't we help the non-defending one fix themselves? I don't know how many times we have to go over this. When this gets brought up, it genuinely makes me wonder if there were like crypto pedos in the audience who are like waiting for the affirmation or whatever. Here's the position that everyone sensible agrees with, okay? People who are pedophiles who should not harm children and should go to therapy so they don't harm children. Everyone believes this, okay? Everyone believes this. Like, it's certainly, at least, like, this is the sensible position. I'm sure there are people who don't believe that, and there are lots of people who believe silly things, but that's the least harmful thing. But we don't need this, like, when I say, yeah, pedophiles are bad, and you people are like, oh, well, what about non-offending? Shut up. You're included, okay? But by being annoying at me and concern trolling, you're now an offending pedophile because you've offended my sensibilities. Congratulations. You are morally equivalent. Go to jail. All right. Daria Dugina was killed by partisans of the National Republican Army, former Russian parliamentarian. Ah, the good Republicans. Novarev said Daria Dugina has called for the murder of Ukrainians and was one of the voices inciting violence and calling for murders in the occupied territories of Ukraine. Among other things, she had offered a justification for the killing of Ukrainian prisoners of war in the Olenivka prison camp. Based. Nice. So, like Russian IRA? Well, they did the car bombing, right? Yeah, I can't believe the NRA finally did something good. Killing a fascist, too. Really out of character for them? A terrorist leader is hiding in Kiev, apparently. I don't think this was a false flag, but it smells like it. I can't really speculate. This is all cloak and dagger shit. It's pretty hard to know. I don't know. I'm just glad she's dead. As we all should be. Oh, I don't think I'm going to get an email from that person. We'll see. We'll see. You know, it might happen. We got plenty to talk about. Was it Dylan Burns? Maybe. The National Republican Army is an alleged underground partisan group of Russians inside Russia working towards the violent overthrow of the Putin regime. Good! Well, keep in mind, the only way this conflict really ends is with a new political cabinet for the Kremlin. You know, like a complete switch up in the government, or at the very least, get Putin out. Because even if you know, if Putin continues to live, he's going to draw this out interminably. I'm not watching a 2-hour video, Dr. Strangelove. Who's Dugan's daughter? Does she do any sussy genocide denial? She does plenty of bad stuff. Plenty of bad stuff. It's fine. Oh yeah, well, did. Because she's dead now. People act... There are people on social media who are acting like this is some kind of... This is some kind of like equivalent to like killing a YouTuber or something. She's literally like a propagandistic fascist state official high up in the Russian government who is a promoter of the ongoing active war that they're committing. Like, imagine some propaganda minister in Germany gets murked, like in 1940 or something. Like, and people are like, wow, rude. I know they're like carving up Poland and invading France, but like, okay, like what? All right. I mean, Yeah. Denied war crimes, painted Ukrainians basically as animals. No, she's full fascist, full fascist. And by the way, I think it's important to remember, Dugin may pretend to not be racist. Dugin may pretend that his, pan-Eurasian Russian Empire is some kind of heterogeneous ethnic project, but it sure is interesting how he and his daughter and a bunch of other people informed by him have very strong ethnic biases against the Ukrainians and a bunch of other groups. You know, they posture at this like, oh yeah, well, there's no racism to our fascism. This isn't like the people's, pan-Eurasian Russian Empire. And then like the daughter goes on to treat the Ukrainians like animals. Fucking liars, fucking cowards. Dugin is in the hospital because of a heart attack. Oh yeah. And to make the whole situation funnier, Dugin, he sees the flaming wreck of his car that once contained his daughter. He has a fucking heart attack. You get a 2-for-1 special right there. If he dies too, then holy shit, that's like the roundabout assassination. It's actually worse for Dugin, because if they just killed him with the car bomb, he would have died instantly. But him dying from a heart attack after seeing his daughter get killed is actually like, the yeah, it's the long game. Yeah, and far more spicy. That's like the Hitman special right there, you know? Whew. He is pretty old. People are saying Putin was responsible. Yeah, I'm sure there is a lot of conspiracism here. However, I do not know why Putin would be ideologically... I don't know how he would benefit in any way from an attack on Dugin or his family at all. Dugin is like the heart of the Russian political ideology right now. It would be like Nixon like bombing Kissinger or something, you know? It just wouldn't, yeah. I mean, inshallah, but yeah. Yes, this is his big book. Excuse me. The only thing I can think of is a last-ditch effort to use tragedy to stoke nationalistic fervor. I don't think that's true. That would actually be so desperate that I don't even think it would, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I know. Lauren Southern, likes Dugin. Fascists like fascists. You guys sure are giving me links. Okay, what was this? Foundation of Geopolitics. Geopolitical book by Dugin, publication in 1997, was well received in Russia. It has had significant influence within the Russian military, police, and foreign policy elites. Ah, yes, the trifecta of people you absolutely want the affirmation of. Military, police, and foreign policy elites. You know, it's the fucking union of the worst people. Well, in America, actually, the military tends to lean left. For us, it's just these two. In Russia, however, I suspect their military has a more far-right character due to the way they recruit for it. That's just a guess on my part, though. Also, by military, I suspect they mean the military brass, not the actual rank-and-file soldiers. Either way. In Foundations of Geopolitics, Dugin calls for the US and Atlanticism to... okay. Lose their influence in Eurasia and for Russia to rebuild its influence through annexation and alliance. The book declares that the battle for the world rule of Russians has not ended, and Russia remains the staging area of a new anti-bourgeois, anti-American revolution. Keep in mind, by anti-bourgeois, he does mean wink, wink, nudge, nudge here. The Eurasian Empire will be constructed on the fundamental principle of the common enemy, the rejection of Atlanticism, strategic control of the US, and the refusal to allow liberal values to dominate us. Germany should be offered the de facto political dominance over most Protestant and Catholic states located within Central and Eastern Europe. Kaliningrad Oblast could be given back to Germany. The book uses the term Moscow-Berlin axis. Wow, that's pretty fucking direct right there, isn't it? Germany should be a big power, and also that we should ally with them, and it should be called an axis. Okay. France should be encouraged to form a bloc with Germany. The UK, merely described as an extraterritorial floating base of the US, should be cut off from Europe. I like to believe he means this literally, like to sort of float out to the Arctic Ocean or whatever. Finland should be absorbed into Russia, of course. Estonia should go to Germany's sphere of influence. Really? He wants Estonia to go to Germany? But it's right there. Oh, whatever. Ukraine should be annexed by Russia because Ukraine as a state has no geopolitical meaning, no particular cultural import or universal significance, no geographic uniqueness, no ethnic exclusiveness. Its certain territorial ambitions represents an enormous danger for all of Eurasia. Without resolving the Ukrainian problem, it is in general senseless to speak about continental politics. Ukraine should not be allowed to remain independent unless it is cordon sanitaire, which would be inadmissible. And that's a term which refers to some historical alliance bullshit. Okay. Yeah. If it makes you feel any better, he's currently lying in a hospital bed. Yeesh. It actually does make me feel better. Yeah. All right, let me see this. Okay. Can you show us some of the work the lady did? Yeah, sure. We can take a look real quick. Just a moment. Daria Dugina. Ba 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 ba. Let's check out the wiki page. Daria Alexandrovna Dugina. That sounded okay. I think I pronounced that decently enough. You know, it could have been worse. Yeah, there's the death right there. Age 29. Damn, that's my age, kind of. All right. Career in activism. Worked as a journalist for RT and Tsargrad using the pen name Daria Platonova. I love it when my definitely champion of the proletariat Russian state has state media named after the Russian Empire and the Tsar. That's the modern Russia, you know, you can get away with this. I'm pretty sure back in like Leninist or Stalinist Russia, like if you even said Tsar out loud, somebody from like a rooftop 3 blocks behind you would snipe you. And you'd be called a counter-revolutionary, and then your family would be killed. She was added to a sanctions list back on the 3rd of March. So she's a high up enough official that she was added to the fucking sanctions list that happened right after they invaded Ukraine. She was the chief editor of a disinfo website called United World International, which itself states is owned by Putin ally Yevgeny Prigozhin, who also controls the Wagner Group. Holy shit! She's the website she was the chief editor for was the owner of the Wagner Group. Her direct boss was literally the leader of the Nazi mercenary camp. Jesus Christ. Also, she was the press secretary for her father. She was an outspoken supporter of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. She claimed war crimes against Ukrainian civilians by the Russian army during the invasion were staged. Apparently, she visited Donetsk and Mariupol. Which admittedly takes balls. Okay. She was sanctioned by the British government. which accused her of being a frequent and high-profile contributor of disinformation in relation to Ukraine and the Russian invasion of Ukraine on various online platforms. She responded by saying she's an ordinary journalist, boss owns the Nazi mercenary camp, and should not have been sanctioned. And then the rest of the Wikipedia page is about her getting murked. Sucks to suck, I guess. Oh yeah, there's Lauren Southern with Dylan Burns right beneath. A lot of cowards celebrating the murder of Alexander Dugin's daughter tonight on Twitter. Pathetic, showing your true colors, a lot of you. Again, like, morally, this is equivalent to the assassination of, like, Minister of Propaganda under Hitler. So, yeah, like, yeah. So, I guess it's fully consistent that Lauren Southern would defend her. Have you seen these cops from Arkansas? Yes, I've seen the cops from Arkansas. Yeah. I ask again, what am I supposed to add to this? I beg of you, supply me analytical material. Guys, get ready for it. You're gonna have to use every IQ point stuffed into your skull to be able to make something of this. Okay, well, copyright music, so I'm going to mute it. So here we have 3 hero cops heroically restraining a very dangerous individual with the known pacification technique, slamming the back of someone's head into the curb. Oh, wait, get ready for the end of the video. Oh, is that someone reporting? Yes, it is. You're next. There you go. Yeah, what a badass right there. Phenomenal. Sorry, all of my political commentary on this issue would get me banned from YouTube. Alabama County dissolved its police department. Not this one, though. Unfortunately. This disgusting, inhuman cops from Crawford, Arkansas have been suspended for this horrifying assault. That's not enough. They need to be fired and charged with attempted murder. That's the thing. Like, it's all a qualified immunity thing, right? Like, these people shouldn't be fired. They should all spend the rest of their lives in prison. Like, that's, yeah, it's not... It's not like they talk like suspended. You know, of course suspended with pay, obviously suspended with pay, but like that never even gets talked about. You know, they should be charged with assault. Attempted murder, I think, is totally fine here. Three people beating on someone like this, slamming their head into the concrete. That's attempted murder right there. At the very least, I think you can make a pretty strong legal argument for it. You know what? Yeah, sure, why not? Since we're already on it, we're on the great subject of police officers and their valuable contributions to the United States. Vosh, I'm told this man is homeless and was just having some mental problems in public. Oh, yeah, of course. Well, naturally, right? That's why this cop is doing the curb head slam thing. They're trying to bring him back to his senses. You know that scene in shows where someone's like freaking out and like that one person slaps them and they're like, okay, and it like shocks them into calming for a second? They're just trying to do that. It's a humanitarian effort. Speaking of humanitarian effort, yes, there we go. There's what we've been putting off for 2 streams. Because once again, my analytical faculties are dampened in the presence of police officers. What exactly are you supposed to say about this? Content warning, police shooting. That's a warning to you guys. After putting his hands up, giving himself up, and disarming himself, 3 Denver police officers shot a shoot man and 6 bystanders. DPD has said they felt their actions were justified. DPD were the only ones to fire any shots. Check out this this quality content right here. Do we not have any sound? That's probably for the best. And it's body cam, yeah. Ooh, look at that fisheye lens. guess we do have some.
Go! Back up! Back up! 6 on Baker. We're going to have Officer Nelson in front of here. All gentlemen to pull the gun out. Back up!
So as you can see, there's a very real possibility that this guy with his hands up and nothing in either of his hands, also standing directly in front of the what appears to be a full bar or a restaurant. You know, at any moment, there are a number of ninjutsu techniques that could disarm, kill, and repurpose the body of a police officer from this distance. They had no choice. What if he had a tactical nuke? Yeah, what if he did? I mean, what the fuck do you guys want me to say? Like, really? Did the 6 bystanders die as well? No, I think they were, I haven't heard of their deaths. Let me see if I can get the follow-up. More detailed video shows the victims of the police shooting and clear video of the man. You know what? Fine, sure, whatever. Let's watch it again. Woo! You're a political commentator. We want you to react to stuff. All right, my apologies. Woo! All right, lads. Let's see the 5 trillionth example of police just murdering someone with no consequences. Yeah. There. Like and subscribe. Hi, I'm Mr. Beast. Several police approach this guy, who immediately raises his hands. All right. And tosses. Okay. Guy had a gun. Okay, so I will say this, and this is in no way, shape, or form a justification of the police's behavior. However, if you have a gun in your pocket, you should not pull out your gun when the cops have their guns on you. You should just keep your hands up when they frisk you, and they will frisk you, they will find the gun. They may get mad at you, but it is better for them to find the gun than for you to pick up the gun with your hand. That doesn't justify what the cops are about to do at all. Yeah, tell them before they frisk you as well. The casualties weren't from the restaurant. They were for the fucking swarm of people.
So we have the girl who's on the other side of the alley who's shot in the back.
I see.
So this ambulance is going to take the girl with the leg and the guy with the arm.
Okay.
And then the ambulance that's right there is going to take the guy with the one in the back.
Love being an EMT, showing up to the scene of a shooting and learning that all of the shots were fired by police and all of the casualties are from police. Love needing multiple ambulances. It's like, oh yeah, there was a shooting. We need like 3 ambulances there. The cops got rowdy.
She might be in that area or
for no reason.
On the right side of that white SUV, right here on the right side. Take one more lap of it, okay?
Police keep killing us.
Why isn't this bigger news? Because this shit happens all the time. Like literally, that sounds like an exaggeration to if you don't pay attention to headlines or if you're European or something. But this is like, it happens all the time. This is admittedly a pretty exceptional demonstration of subcognitive behavior on the part of these police officers. I'll give them credit. This is a special one, but this general type of shit happens pretty fucking often. For me, the most egregious shit I remember ever seeing on stream was when that one guy who was clearly like physically and mentally impaired in a wheelchair was rolling into the was it like a Lowe's or a Home Depot while holding a knife, and there like the 3 cops there fired like 78 bullets into him. Because he was approaching other people at a rate of 1 mile per hour or something. Yeah, I remember. I mean, you know, not to talk down to the guy or whatever, but he was in a fucking wheelchair. They could have like kicked the side and he would have just fallen over. You know. Colorado did away with our qualified immunity last year. Yeah, I heard about that, though I haven't yet seen kind of like the legal profile for how that's playing out. Oh yeah, this was also from today, by the way. Woo! Let's go. Cop behavior. Off-duty officer refused a breath test after fracturing a toddler's skull in a rear-end crash. Cops can do that, by the way. You know, you do something bad. You're a cop. Who shows up? Cops. Oh, do you want to take a breath analyze? Nope. All right. The police tested the boy's dad for alcohol, not the cop. I didn't even know cars could be destroyed in this way. Oh, Jesus Christ. Suffolk police shielded an off-duty officer from alcohol testing after he crashed a pickup truck into the back of a car at more than 50 miles per hour, fracturing the skull of a 2-year-old boy and causing lasting injuries. A Newsday investigation is determined. At the wheel of a 4,500-pound Ram truck. Oh yeah, that's why cops like these giant, oversized American pickup trucks. It's not because they move anything, because their lard asses are way too out of shape to do any exercise anyway. It's because when they get in car accidents on a DUI, they pulverize the other car and they remain fine. A witness reported to police that the Mascarilla, Officer Mascarilla, yeah, so that the cop had driven erratically for approximately 1.5 miles before the collision. The Mitsubishi's driver, Kevin, this is why giant trucks are popular in America. It's to survive the cops with the DUIs. That's why we have them, you know? Whenever you see someone with a giant gas guzzler, just remember, okay? It's the only protection you have against a cop, off-duty cop. The Mitsubishi driver, Kevin, slowed to make a left turn. His 2 sons, Bastian, then 4, and Riordan, then 2, were buckled in the car seat. Mascarella was multiple car lengths behind them. The police accident report crime scene diagram reflect no evidence that he braked before the pickup truck slammed into the Mitsubishi. Spun 180 degrees, threw his head into the steering wheel, breaking his nose. Thighs, shoulders, and chest were bruised. Riordan's skull cracked into pieces, resembling a jigsaw puzzle. That's an inappropriate degree of alliteration or narrativization for this article, I think. Security cameras. Department overturned over documents. No other individual would get the same deference, the lawyer said, speaking of Mascarella, the cop. Oh boy. Oh, there's a lot here. Okay, well, we already know who to hate. Apparently a probe has been opened into the Denver police shooting. Yeah, simile, not alliteration. Alliteration was the wrong word. Grand jury investigation into the actions of 3 police officers. By the way, I love that you need a grand jury investigation to do this. I love that cops can just show up and just fucking gun down a bunch of civilians for no reason. And then it's like, okay, take some paid leave, King. We'll see if this incredibly cop-friendly system, that's totally, like, literally just a different legal system that you guys specifically get to benefit from. We'll see if we'll see if they decide to, like, you know, get upset with you. Do the cops not breathalyzing make them culpable in a lawsuit? I don't know, man. Do you know how rare it is for cops to actually get put in jail? Nobody wants to do it. Because district attorneys, the judge, everyone works with them. Like, they literally are co-workers. Additionally, usually cops have to testify to attest to, like, any crime that's happened on the part of a cop, and cops all look out for each other, like it's a fraternity. People have a bias towards cops, believing them trustworthy because people are fucking stupid. And also, people know that if cops get sent to jail, they're going to get torn apart by the people in there because people in prison hate cops. So, like, everything, like, everyone, nobody wants to send cops to prison. Oblivion Necroninja, grand juries are just not relevant when it comes to charges brought against, like, regular people. The only time we see this grand jury, like, song and dance is when we're talking about cop behavior. Is there no way to combat this conflict of interest? Oh, there are plenty. First thing you could do is get rid of qualified immunity. That's the easy one. Is it relevant that he was off duty, though? Shouldn't he be tried as a civilian? Nope, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the system says. The rules don't work. It's all broken. It doesn't matter. It's like, well, technically that's still legal. It doesn't matter. Cops get away with so much. You might as well be talking about aristocrats in, like, feudal England or something. Like, technically the law of the Lord says that he's not allowed to strike me just because I'm a serf. Yeah, well, go fucking tell a judge that. Convince someone with power that. Go make that actionable, you know. Law in theory and law in practice usually overlap, you know, with poor people. But not here. Alabama town disbands police department over a racist text. If only. A racist text message sent by police officer has prompted officials in a small Alabama town to disband their police department and fire the police chief and assistant chief. Oh. Well. Well, that's neat, I guess. Isn't this what happened in your area? You mean in Beverly Hills? They didn't disband the police department in Beverly Hills. There was a sheriff that got ousted because he was on the CV radio telling the boys the first one to bring back an N-word hard R gets beer on him. But they didn't disband the... Oh, wait, let's read these texts, but probably not out loud. In the message, which recently surfaced on social media, somebody identified as 752 texts, "What do you all call a pregnant slave?" An unidentified recipient responds twice, question mark and question mark. And then 752 answers, BOGO, buy one, get one free. That's not even funny. Actually, I think the fact that that's not even remotely clever makes it more racist. Because I will make some racist fucking jokes in private. If they're very funny. Such is the price of humor. But the fact that it's so boring and so uninteresting and that it reads like boomer humor, you know, means that this isn't even meant to be edgy with the racism. That, like, I guess I should say there's not an effort at being edgy here. The racism isn't the joke. The joke is literally the buy one get one free thing, meaning that this person is so racist that slave jokes are just like a natural environment for this kind of unfunny boomer humor. Does that make any sense? The joke isn't any kind of deliberate edginess, you know? There's no like mitigating, oh, the point was that it was fucked up. You know, this is just fully, entirely, yeah. When I can see on screen, the entire department is just 3 people. Are there police officers that small? Yeah, yeah. I mean, for really small towns, they can get pretty, yeah, they can get pretty fucking small. You got Srigley, Goss, and Officer Lee Carden. Nice. Yeah, population just under 2,000 people. Yeah, okay. Any other police misbehavior while we're on this train? Anything else? Is that just want to throw it into the pit? Oh yeah, I saw this about the firefighter who lost his job because he was saying it like it is. Man, why can't the video at the top ever actually be about the article? A Miami firefighter has been fired after he unleashed criticism of law enforcement officials following the death of a local police officer. Let go after a profanity-laced tirade in the group chat. The group was discussing the death of police officer Cesar Echeverri, who was shot multiple times during a shootout with an armed robbery suspect and died on Wednesday, according to Fox affiliate WSVN. Who cares? Another dead cop, probably against gun control. They didn't give a fuck. When kids were dying in that school shooting, they stood outside, the firefighter wrote, barely able to text through his thick muscles, limiting the mobility of his hands, according to WSVN. Cops exist for the government to exercise its monopoly on violence, he said, briefly shooing away the 8 women who were sucking his cock at once so that he could focus on finishing the message. They want the whole world to stop when one of theirs goes down, the now ousted firefighter wrote, according to WSVN. How many idiots I had to transport with honor guard their dead bodies from coronavirus because they all were too stupid to wear masks or get vaccinated. He said, propping his legs up on the mahogany table in his executive office that he also has in addition to being a firefighter. All cops are good for is protecting the rich property owners and status quo. Everything else is a farce. Fuck the police, he said, single-handedly leading a group of Venezuelan communist partisans against the revisionist Maduro and imperialist Guaido governments. Miami Fire Rescue Chief Joseph Zaralban confirmed the firefighter had been fired in a statement acknowledging the post, saying the firefighter had demonstrated a disregard for human life, demonstrated a violent and antagonistic stance towards civil servants, and represented conduct unbecoming of a Miami firefighter. Blah, blah, blah. Are firefighters really this based? Firefighters are on average better than cops by a long mile. I mean, not all of them, of course, but, you know. What a lad right there. What's the issue with firefighters again? Well, I mean, they're still agents of the state. They still tend to be like a bunch of burly guys. You know, there is a disposition perhaps towards toxic masculinity. They're people. Firefighters are people. That's the thing that separates them from cops. Firefighters are people. Makes all the difference. A New York cop got killed in friendly fire, but an unarmed getaway driver got life for murder. Oh, yeah. So this is another cool thing about cops. Hold on. A Queens man convicted of murder for his role in the 2019 robbery that led to the tragic friendly fire death, lol, of NYPD Detective Brian Simonson was sentenced to 30 years to life in prison on Thursday. Jagger Freeman, who was masked and wearing a shirt and tie, appeared resigned as Judge Kenneth Holder handed down the punishment in Queens Supreme Court. So sorry for what happened, for the loss, the person told Simonson's family before learning his fate, saying he prayed and hoped they could forgive him. So, note here that the robber is apologizing to the family of the murdered officer who was murdered by another cop. Now, technically, if you're committing a crime, anyone who gets hurt in the committing of your crime, usually this gets pinned on you. But there are obviously limits to that. So for example, if there is a bank robbery, right? If you're robbing so let me explain. If you're robbing a bank, right? And like people are running around screaming, you know, and some woman trips down the stairs and hits her head and dies. If that just happened on a normal day, then that would be an accidental death. But because it happened as a result of you committing a felony, it's felony murder. She died because of your behavior. You created the situation that led to her death, right? Now the problem is obviously there are like limits to this. Like if you're robbing a bank, like another person, like a teller, can't pull out a gun and shoot a client who was being really annoying, and then that gets charged to you instead. But in this case, like, it's a friendly fire killing from the cops, you know. Basically, the implicit, like, extension of this system is that cops can kill literally whoever they want as long as they're stopping somebody who's doing a felony, and it'll always be the felon's fault. Like, if you committed a felony, if you burgled a place and you're on the run, or you robbed someone or whatever, you're skedaddling, you know, cops can just roll by you in the cop mobile with just guns blazing, shooting up the side, with just 5 million dead, you know, and then all gets laid on you. That is exactly how the law practically works. Yeah, well, the way it is structured presently is absolutely done to benefit the police. There's the cop who got shot. Here's the guy who did the robbery, looking much cooler. There's a car. There's the wife of the guy. There's them. Gotta say, this is an awful lot of pomp and circumstance, with very little mention of the cop who shot and killed this cop. Why do they always look like that? It's cop phrenology. The phrenologists and physiologists were correct, just opposite. What they didn't realize is that the thing that deforms your facial features the most is fascism and being British. Attorney for family of LAPD officer killed in training accident said the department isn't sharing information. Oh, that's cool. Family of an officer in LAPD who died during a training accident shared CT scan images that shed light on the death of 32-year-old officer Houston Tipping? Okay. The attorney claims Chief Michelle Moore, okay. Michelle Moore's statements were not accurate. The CT scan images the attorney displayed during the press conference showed at least 6 staples in Tipping's head, contradicting Moore's claim that Tipping did not sustain a head wound during the training exercise that led to his death. The department is also not sharing info they should have about the incident, the attorney claimed during the press conference. Again, I ask you, tell me of any other institution where a person can just fucking die in the workplace, and autopsy shows that the person present at their death was lying, and then, like, nothing happens. Like, imagine any other workplace where someone dies. Like, just anywhere else. The 32-year-old officer suffered severe and eventually fatal physical injuries in what was supposed to be a simulated crowd control scenario. One source told him the training exercise was meant to simulate a protest. Another said it was bicycle training, he claimed in the press conference. Yet another source told him it was simulating a mob attack on bicycle officers. Ah, the happy median, right there. His injuries were so catastrophic, the attorney believes Tipping may have been deliberately attacked. Yeah, so my guess here is that they beat him the fuck up, and he died of the injuries, and they're like, oh yeah, yeah, you know the scene in the movies where the two characters have to lie at the same time, and one of them was like, yeah, we were baking, and the other one was like, yeah, we were decorating, and then they're like, oh yeah, we were doing some decorations that were like baking themed, you know, like that's basically, I guess, what happened here, and also somebody died. Looks like their son was intentionally harmed. He adds that Tipping, a young and physically fit LAPD officer, okay, here we go, suffered 2 major head injuries, 3 spinal fractures, liver damage, and a broken rib during the crowd control training exercise at the LAPD Academy in Elysian Park. So, given the fact that cops are giant pussies, something tells me that this is not the level of physical rigor they subject you to for your crowd control exercise. My guess is that they didn't like this guy, so they contrived a scenario in which they could basically kill him. Yeah, with like an, oh, it was an accident type deal, you know. Yeah, probably. Cops killing their own is not exactly an unknown thing, you know. Could it have been hazing? Yeah, possibly. It could have been hazing, but I don't think if hazing went this far for like every new recruit, there wouldn't be any cops. So my guess is that it's deliberate. But Cage said the exercise was not held in a typical gym with padding on the floor when it should have been. And he adds a second officer was injured earlier during the same exercise. Oh, they might just be retarded. It is the LAPD. Lord knows I've had interactions with them. Officer Tipping was also not struck or beaten during the training session, said the police chief. Did he incur psychic damage from that led to the spinal fractures? After showing the CT scan photographs, Gage also told reporters the LA County's coroner's office will not provide Tipping's autopsy for another 6 months. He cannot subpoena the info from the county until after the family files an official lawsuit, which cannot happen until 45 days have passed since the family's initial claim against the government. Then why would it take 6 months if the only delay is 45 days for a repeat lawsuit? Or for it? Hey guys. Guys. Hey guys. Guys. Hey guys. 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 Hey guys. Who do coroners work with? Who's the main people coroners work with? It's the fucking cops. The cops bring yeah. Well, and corpses, but they're not necessarily of concern. Well, nice. Police brutality against horses. Pennsylvania state trooper accused of knocking over horse with police car, pinning it to the ground. What the fuck? Why would you do that? According to state police, the trooper has been charged with aggravated cruelty to animals for an incident. Wait, they actually charged him? What town was this in? When he arrived on scene, Prio drove a patrol vehicle into the horse multiple times, causing it to fall. He pinned it to the pavement where it was euthanized by another trooper. What? Police say the horse, which had already been struck by another driver, was on the shoulder of Route 1 in Lower Oxford Township when officers were called to the scene. If the horse had already been struck by a driver, maybe it did need to be put down. But then why would you need to ram it with your car? What the fuck does that mean? I bet he was the first one to ram it. Yeah, the horse knew too much. Comically evil. Yep. Now I just want to keep... I want to keep going. What else do we got, lads? It's the United States of America. I do not believe even for a second that we have hit upon a fraction of a fraction. Here's a now this video. Do those get copyrighted? I'm 68 years old. I've seen the same type of racism, police abuse my entire life. The only situation for there to be wait, what happened here? Watch this cop get caught arresting the wrong man.
He don't even know my name and tell him I have a warrant.
What did he do?
That's what I'm saying.
For what?
For what?
I'm from Louisiana.
For what?
For what?
Yeah.
I don't even live in Louisiana, so how would I have a... You don't know my name, so how can you tell me I have an open warrant in Louisiana?
Sir.
Stop.
Clarence,
Now,
hold on.
Okay, well, you know that's your phone.
This video is like 3 or 4 years old. Well, it's in now this video. It's probably cycled around a couple of times for sure. Yeah, it could be old. It's hard to say. I don't see a date here necessarily, but yeah. Unless we're looking at an article with a date next to it, you can reasonably assume that a lot of stuff that you see on like with the well-edited videos or cops or whatever, they could be pretty old, right? But I haven't seen it, so.
Sir.
Oh, did it say earlier in the video? I must have been looking at chat. My bad. Wait, I'm sorry. What? When a cop pulled up and claimed that Evan's dog was not his, when Evan said he had the paperwork for the dog... Wait, a cop can just walk up to you and say, that's not your dog? What? Just fucking, hey you! That's not your fucking dog! And then the cop just walks up and fucking decks you? Okay. Evan said after he politely declined. The cop tried to cuff him. Incorrectly calling him Reg.
You just pulled up in front of my house and then I don't trust, cause you shaking like you scared or something.
Okay.
You shaking like you scared.
He don't live in Louisiana.
Okay, yeah, guys, just a reminder, okay? Yeah, I don't know if this is a stop and identify state, Emma, so I can't really speak to that. I can say, however, that just as a reminder, guys, when you're getting unfairly treated by a cop, that time right then is not the time to complain about it. Don't complain to the cop, okay? They are all looking for an excuse to beat the shit out of you. Just be quiet and do whatever they say, and you know, it's not fair. I'm not saying it's fair. It's not. It's just generally good advice.
I don't even live in Louisiana. How the hell would I have a warrant? Quentin, you already said your name was that. My name is not Quentin. What the f is wrong with you?
Sir, his name is not Quentin.
Quentin. Then let's see the ID and we'll be done.
Do you think this cop's actually like the world's worst wannabe psychic, and he's trying his cold reading on like random arrests? Your name is Quentin, because if he got that right, like it'd be pretty, you know, yeah.
Okay, hold on.
It's getting different names. You woke up and told me.
Oh, okay. Texas law. Okay, it's not okay. You don't need to provide ID unless you're arrested in Texas. Okay, yeah, all right. So yeah, this is a violation of his rights. Arresting him because he doesn't show his ID is a violation of this. This right out. This is illegal. You should be fired for this. Cops should be on the razor's fucking edge when it comes to like following the rules. By the way, you know, we've spent decades fetishizing the idea of the like, you know, loose cannon cop, and that's great and all. When the loose cannon cop is fighting against like, I don't know, fucking cartel Miami drug dealers with Uzis, you know, on the beach or whatever. Like, yeah, enjoy your movies. But in reality, you know, you want them to play by the books.
Hold on.
Third name you just no.
Clint.
No, I'm not gonna be the next you kill.
No.
No. Stop.
His name is not Quentin.
Quentin. Let's do this and be done. I got no probable cause. I got you just stopped in front
Probable
of
cause?
Yes,
The dog?
It's you know, what's my name? Man, that. You shaking like you scared. I'm not gonna let you put me in handcuffs.
Please stop. Please stop.
My name is not no fucking Quentin. You don't even know my name and tell me I got a warrant in Louisiana.
Cool. Yeah, because the way this guy was acting, the cop could have made a pretty easy case for like the whole resisting arrest thing. You should always be careful with the cops. This is an older thing too. Detroit settles case of 7-year-old girl shot during police raid for $8.25 million, paid with taxpayer dollars. Comes right out of the paycheck of all the hardworking people in Detroit. All of the people who might look just like this girl will grow up into people in Detroit who then get to pay taxes so that when their cops kill them, you know, 8.25 million. So that's what, maybe the payroll taxes of a couple thousand, tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands even, depending on, you know, a variety of circumstances. Phenomenal. Great stuff. Oh, this is new. Viral video. I haven't seen it. Viral video of Miami-Dade police stop involving pregnant woman under investigation. Why is CBS News opening with a YouTube thumbnail that looks like this? This is Oh, I see. Okay. No, wait. This is a subset of regular CBS News. And it's like, here's the video. And it's like, you won't believe.
I honked at you very nicely one time for you to move out the way. Your ego's really this big? Is that why you pulled me over? Because I blew my horn because you were in the way and I was going to the emergency room?
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel.
Oh, man, wait, they're at the CBS Miami is literally just linking like a regular YouTube channel, not even like a news YouTube channel or whatever. This is Lackluster, he's amazing. Yeah, but isn't that like a bit weird? A little bit? Maybe a little? Damn, I want to get my videos posted on a CBS subheader. Okay, so a cop stopped a car when a woman was about to give birth because somebody leaned on the horn a bit. Okay. Ken to pay 1.5 million to officer who displayed Nazi symbol. Officer posted a Nazi insignia on his office door and joked about the Holocaust, as we all do. Now he's being paid 1.5 million to leave. Man, for most jobs, they do not pay you 1.5 million when they ask you to leave after showing off Nazi memorabilia. Former Kent Assistant Police Chief Derek Kammerzel, Kammerzel, reconnecting with his heritage, perhaps, who had been with the department for nearly 3 decades, was initially given 2 weeks of unpaid leave after the 2020 incident. Outraged residents and members of the Jewish community prompted Mayor Donna Ralph to put Kammerzel on paid administrative leave and demand his resignation. God, that is so fucked. But that's what we can get. Let's go. Paid vacation. Woo! Yeah, Kent's not far off from where I am. Look, the Seattle Times is reporting on this. Maybe this Kammerzel person was me. Koczynski, Kammerzel. Ralph, in calling for Kammerzel's resignation in January, acknowledged the decision to revisit the discipline issue would likely come at a high cost. The city said Friday it would pay him $1.52 million to resign. Had the city simply fired him, officials said, he likely would have won back his job through arbitration due to federal and state labor laws. All right, cool. I'm now anti-labor law. Is this like a cop union thing? This is like a cop union thing, I think. I love living in American socialism where the proletariat get nothing except for the elite band of proletarian traders, the cops, who have the strongest labor protections of literally any group of people in this country. It's phenomenal. It's great. The greatest victory of socialism, the greatest achievement, has been the establishment of workers' rights for the police. An internal investigation concluded Kammerzel, possibly the world. Yeah, most unions can't get you off for murder. Near the meaning of the insignia he placed above the nameplate in the office door, that of an Obergruppenführer, a high official in Hitler's paramilitary Schutzstaffel or SS. Yeah. Okay, great. Great. Man, you guys gave me a lot of links. Ooh. Oh, this is a goddamn YouTube channel. What am I looking at? What is this?
Vollmer attended a Pioneer Day, credit that they deserve. On July 23, 2022, animal rights activist Curtis Vollmer attended a Pioneer Day celebration in Beaver, Utah, along with several other members of the animal rights organization Direct Action Everywhere. The activists hope to engage the community in conversation about an upcoming trial for 2 animal rights activists who are facing criminal charges for having filmed conditions inside the local Smithfield Foods facility and rescuing 2 dying piglets while they were there. Originally, the activists hoped to set up a booth, but upon arrival, were told that they needed a permit. So Mr. Vollmer chose to stand on a public sidewalk near the festival instead. After handing out flyers and obtaining signatures for a petition against Smithfield Foods for several hours, Mr. Vollmer was approached by officers from the Beaver County Sheriff's Office.
You have to have a permit.
Permit for a sidewalk?
Let me get my camera.
This guy's got a
on.
gourd
Okay.
head.
You're not to
This is not a good look.
You're not to be spreading.
This is not a good look.
You're not supposed to be down here.
This is public property.
You're not to be down here doing this. Do you realize that your company caused a problem in our community?
Do you have anything relevant to say to me?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I saw this one. Well, we can't all be we can't all watch everything, can we? Okay. Can we agree, in addition to ending qualified immunity, and also like a million other things, can we agree that one of the changes we need to make to the police, to make them not literally the worst things in the world, is we need to bring back the old police uniforms, okay? Fuck this paramilitary bullshit, okay? I'm not saying you're automatically good if you look like this, because you're not. I'm just saying that in addition to other stuff, okay? Cops should look like this. If I want to see a cop, okay? If I ever wanted to see a cop, this is not the fucking guy that I want to see. No, this does not make anyone feel safe. Nobody feels good around people who look like this. 0 people do, okay? But if you're like just walking down the street or whatever, you know, like in a city downtown area, and you've got some guy like this, and he's like standing on a sidewalk corner with his like hands clasped in front of him, he's kind of bobbing his hips a little bit, like the Bobby thing, you know, where they're like, you know. I'm not saying it instantly makes them not fucked up or racist or whatever. You can be fucked up and racist and do that, but is it not a step up? Is it not an improvement? I think it is. Return to tradition. If we really wanted to return to tradition, wouldn't the, you could go for those old Bobby outfits. The ones with those, like, upturned bucket hats. I think this is a Halloween costume, but you know what I mean. You have to have the mustache.
Okay?
I've asked you to stop.
Okay, I'm on public property.
You need to stop. You realize you're not wanted in this community and you've been asked to leave?
I don't care.
I know you don't care. That's the problem with your group. You just don't care about people or anybody. Do you understand? You've been asked to leave.
All of this for handing out some flyers. This is how much.
I don't care anymore. The cop's wrong. End of story. What else are we looking at? What do I have? What do I have here? Chicago cop falsely accused a teenager of stealing his son's bikes. You got a license to stand there? This seems relatively recent. What is this? Chicago cop who falsely accused a teenager of stealing his son's bike and forcibly pinned the teen to the ground has been charged with felony, official misconduct, and aggravated battery. Oh, really? Oh. This is my 14-year-old Puerto Rican son in the orange shirt being pinned down by a white off-duty police officer. It's America. We can fill in that the cop is white and the suspect is brown on our own. Kind of a waste of words there. Look at this very necessary police behavior right here. Suspecting that the brown kid stole the bike. You know, where have I heard that one before? And just sitting on him. Just popping a squat.
Hey, take this. What happened? Get off. Take my son's bike. Like that. Don't my son's bike. No, it's not. Can't be doing that. Hey, get your hands off it. Get off. Get your hands off it. 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 Hold on. Get off.
What the fuck?
Get your hands off it. Hold on. Damn. No, he's not. Man, what the fuck? Bro, hold on.
What? Yeah, I don't read words. So the cop was just like, yeah, it's probably this one, and just fucking sat in him? Okay. Read the words? Do I have to? Okay. If you say so. 4 police cars, streets closed, 6 officers, at least 100 people around. There's just so much unnecessary typing here. Like, are you reading this? This is like... Wait, it zooms by so quickly, too. Okay, yeah. About 10% of all that shit was actual information, and the rest of it was, gallivanting. Go back to the YouTube video. Cop breaks man's neck in police van, then mistreat him. No, I don't want to... No, okay, stop. Stop, we're done now, stop. You guys are starting to link, like, multi-minute fucking YouTube videos instead of articles, which is what I actually want. Man paralyzed in back of police van after emergency stop while handcuffed. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Surveillance footage captured the moment Richard Cox slammed against the wall of the vehicle and slumped to the floor. The 36-year-old had been arrested for possession of an illegal firearm. He had been put in the van, which didn't have seat belts and handcuffs. When it braked suddenly, he went flying from the seat and hit his head. Now he's paralyzed from the neck down. He is currently using a breathing tube and can only communicate by nodding and shaking his head. Cool. Remember the Simon Says police officer that got off on all of his charges? Oh, yeah. Well, this is ancient. This is 5 years old. Of course I remember. This was before I even started streaming. Eesh. That one was so bad. Yeah, it was pretty fucking bad. The goddamn Simon Says cop. Can't watch that one again. We're not watching that one again. All right. Oh, wait, maybe a bit of good news. Woman high on meth and back of police cruiser slips off handcuffs, then shoots officer with his AR-15. Follow-up question. How the literal fuck did she slip out of her handcuffs and then somehow manage to get her hands on an AR-15? How did that happen? Ah, yes, balleralert.com, my preferred source for, all police news. Do we have an actual article listed here? Huh? Meth doesn't exactly make you fat and rational? I don't know how you would even do that. Did they just leave a gun back there with her? Did she somehow slip out of the cuffs, then wrest the rifle from the cop? Whatever. Alright, I'm finishing this, then we're moving on. We need to bring focus and discipline.
All of this because your group has
Okay, yeah, here's a real source. Sorry. Deputy shot after woman slips out of the handcuffs when cop car grabs the police's own AR-15 rifle. How? What? What? A police officer been shot after a woman handcuffed in the back of the cop car freed herself, then started firing a semi-automatic rifle. Where was the semi-automatic rifle? Where? You can't keep saying that. Where? What? What? Clay was detained in a police car after she was crawling around on her hands and knees in the yard and barking at police. Oh, shit. Is this the puppy-pilled trans girl that I've been seeing too much of on Twitter for the past month? Is this it? Police video showed Clay alone in the back seat where she struggled to get out of the handcuffs and eventually freed one of her hands. She then reached through a partition between the front and back seats and grabbed an AR-15, worked out how to operate it, and started firing. She fired 10 shots, striking a civilian and a deputy. The officer was wounded with non-life-threatening injuries. What about the civilian? Clay was arrested after a 3-hour standoff in the car. Oh my god. Okay. How'd she not die? White.
After a standoff situation left a woman with a deputy's rifle.
They placed her in cuffs for her protection, put her in the backseat of one of our patrol cars.
While inside the patrol car...
Frankly, I consider it journalistic malpractice that none of these people are going to even posit the idea that it might have been from somewhere between irresponsible and, like, worthy of discharge, that the cop had a gun that you could just use if you managed to get a hand free in the back seat.
The woman slipped out of handcuffs like these, gained access to a deputy's gun, shot 10 rounds, and struck a bystander and a deputy.
Whenever
Got a civilian here.
she slipped the cuff, she was able to move the little slider door all the way over. She was able to reach up, and on our consoles, there's actually a button that says gun, which is going to be something that we're going to change.
But the sheriff's office says...
Yeah? Are you? You're going to get rid of the gun button that you can access from the back seat? Oh, good idea. Well, glad this revision of the process could make its way to local news.
The right measures were in place and the handcuffs were secure.
I'm going to look at the locking devices. The locking devices did like they were supposed to. It held the gun.
But that didn't stop Rachel Clay from grabbing the rifle and starting a stand.
Well, then they didn't work how they were supposed to, did they? Because locks keep things from moving, and she moved the gun.
Standoff with officers Friday afternoon. The undersheriff also telling me she had meth in her system.
You know, and I gave him strict orders if she did make access in that vehicle move any at all, to shoot the engine block and disable the vehicle.
But after 6 hours, she surrendered and now faces 3 counts of shooting with intent to kill.
6 hours, you know if that was a black person, they would have just riddled the car from like 300 feet away. Yeah, they would have fucking firebombed it from a helicopter. It's not like she could have driven out of there. She didn't have the... She wasn't in the driver's seat. She was in the fucking cage in the back. Well. The gun button. Okay.
It's been a direct influence on shutting down Smithfield Foods. You don't realize that's the major employer in our county.
You don't think I know that?
There's a lot of people that have lost their jobs, and you come into this community and pour salt into the wounds of the people that have lost their jobs.
It's not the intent.
You need to well, I don't care what the intent is. What you're doing is causing a disturbance in the community.
I'm not trying to cause a disturbance. I'm just trying to have conversations with people. And if people don't want to talk with me, I say thanks for your time and on with your day.
Okay, I'm going to stand right here and I'm going to tell people not to talk to you.
Then fine, do that. This is great content for us. Absolutely ridiculous. This is very anti-free speech. It's not permission.
Well, hold on. Actually, the cops just standing there telling other people not to talk to you might actually be the pro-free speech way for a cop to handle them not wanting you to hand out pamphlets. That actually seems like it's working within the framework there.
Hey, on your film. On your camera. Okay, are you a public servant?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well then you can be filmed.
No, I cannot. Not a volunteer, not a servant.
Okay, you got a badge on.
I'm a volunteer.
Oh, no, for sure.
Get your camera off.
You need to stop.
Stop what, sir?
Okay, it's causing a problem in our community.
I'm not trying to call...
Can somebody remind... I'm interested in this, but I want to know the stakes. Can somebody remind me why they're mad at him? Why do they want him to move? I completely forget the initial premise of this video because my brain is just a goldfish bowl. So animal rights protester? On what pretense are these cops trying to shut him down? Do they literally just not want him talking about it? Or is there some kind of charge they're bringing to him? None, they're just mad? It hurts capital?
Cause any problems.
You are. Listen, sir. When someone's asking you like this, a public servant, he's a volunteer type thing. He's asking you nicely to please don't film him.
Okay.
And we're asking you to stop filming him.
Okay, I won't film him.
And the correct response is fuck off. Also, I'm pretty sure you can film whoever the fuck you want, actually. It's there's no expectation of privacy here. You can record. Yeah, you're in public. This is not a private venue.
Giving you a lawful order to not do that. Okay. If you violate that lawful order, then you're causing a disorderly conduct issue.
We're not filming him anymore. Okay? We're filming you two.
One of the volunteer officers informs Mr. Vollmer that he does not consent to being filmed. And when Mr. Vollmer protests, Deputy Laws states that he was given a lawful order not to film the officer, and he will be committing the crime of disorderly conduct if he disobeys it. Under Section 76-9-102 of the Utah Code, quote, an individual is guilty of disorderly conduct if the individual refuses to comply with the lawful order of a law enforcement officer to move from a public place or an official meeting, or knowingly creates a hazardous or physically offensive condition by any act that serves no legitimate purpose, or intending to cause public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, or recklessly creating a risk of public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm. The person engages in fighting or in violent, tumultuous, or threatening behavior, makes unreasonable noises in a public place or an official meeting, makes unreasonable noises in a private place, which can be heard in a public...
Isn't it crazy how, like, free speech extremists will be like, will act like people being banned off YouTube for saying the N-word is the end of free speech, and meanwhile in every state of the union there are these vaguely written disorderly conduct laws, which is like, if you engage in behavior which is deemed unreasonable, pernicious, or most befouled, the police officer has the right to strike at you 8 times with his baton. And it's like, we're pretending that we have some kind of, like, pure free speech society upon which we're building YouTube TOS.
Public place or an official meeting, or obstructs vehicular or pedestrian traffic in a public place or an official meeting. While the statute does prohibit disobeying a lawful order to move from a public place or official meeting, it does not allow for a disorderly conduct conviction for refusing any other lawful order, including an order to stop filming. Further, even if the disorderly conduct statute did make it illegal to disobey such an order, a court would likely conclude that the order to stop filming a police officer in public was not lawful. In the 2022 case of Irizarry versus Yahia, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals, which has jurisdiction over Utah, officially recognized the, quote, First Amendment right to film the police performing their duties in public, and held that this right was clearly established.
The fact that that has to be, like, asserted and reestablished through precedent in a circuit court is so fucked, by the way. The idea that there's any legal question, because cops and their allies have been fighting for ages to make it impossible to film them in public. Cops hate being filmed. They despise it. They hate it more than anything else. It's their least favorite thing in the world. So because of them, and literally, like, just them, it is a matter of constitutional law and, like, legal precedent. You know, this keeps coming up, like, well, actually, can you film? And just recently, what was the state where now you can't film a cop within 8 feet of them? Which state was that? Now, like, if you're filming a cops and they happen to be within 8 feet of you, Arizona. Yeah, so if Arizona cops are accosting you, you can't fucking film them because they can stay within 8 feet of you. I'm not sure if that prevents you from filming them if they pull you over in the car, like if you have your camera there, but I think legally it does. Or is there a separate category for if you're interacting? Is that, wait, Cryomancer Cat, is that true? If they're interacting with you, you have a right to film them. It just keeps others away. That would make more sense. Okay, yeah, you can film your interaction. That's good, but it's still fucked that others can't. Imagine if you're in, like, a small building or, like, a room or something. There are plenty of rooms where a cop could go in there, and there's no place in that room that's 8 feet away from the cop. So unless the person being accosted in there is filming, nobody else can film. Yeah, so there are plenty of ways to abuse that to keep people from, yeah. Or they could just move towards you when you're filming them, and it becomes illegal once you're within 8 feet. So you have to, like, run backwards while filming them, and they're like, and you're just trying to back up really quickly to keep the 8 feet. But they're catching up to you because it's easier to run forward than backward. So you see they do the last, like, leap, and they're about to get within 8 feet. So you fucking fling your phone away, and then they can't get you. You're safe. It's the only way. Yeah, you're kiting them. Kiting cop aggro.
established law as of 2019. In reaching the conclusion, the court looked to, quote, 3 well-established First Amendment principles that show that filming the police performing their duties in public is protected activity. First, the court noted that, quote, a major purpose of the First Amendment was to protect the free discussion of governmental affairs. Filming the police and other public officials as they perform their—
Just tie a selfie stick to your back. You have, no, like a backpack with a 10-foot pole and then a GoPro pointed down. So there's no way, like the cop house has like jumped to get their arm in range. You're invulnerable. You're like, you got them a shit-eating grin.
their official duties acts as a watchdog of government activity and furthers debate on matters of public concern. Additionally, the court reasoned that, quote, without some protection for seeking out the news, freedom of the press could be eviscerated, that there is, quote, an undoubted right to gather news from any source by means within the law, and that video recording is, quote, unambiguously speech creation, not mere conduct. Given the incontrovertible legal precedent, a court would almost certainly determine that Mr. Vollmer was exercising his First Amendment rights by recording the volunteer officer, and the officer's orders that he stop were a clear violation of those rights.
It's only drawn more attention to why we're here, so I appreciate this. Thank you.
Do you know about this Smithfield trial happening?
You don't have a permit to approach people about your product.
Okay, I don't need a permit to talk to people on a public sidewalk.
You're causing a problem in the community.
I'm not. I'm asking people if they want to have a conversation. If they say no, I let them go.
People
That's
come to us.
Sure.
They do not want you here.
Okay, that's fine.
Then I'm keeping the peace, and I'm asking you to leave.
All we're asking people.
I'm asking you to leave.
Okay. Here's an example of what I'm doing. Have you all heard about the Smithfield trial?
Okay.
Okay, they don't want to talk. Okay?
Do not pay attention to this man. Everyone, keep moving. There is nothing to see here. Fuck, man, I fucking hate cops so much. Holy shit. But they're very funny.
Okay, that's it. I move on. If people don't want to talk, we move on.
Everybody,
have y'all heard about the Smithfield trial? The upcoming Smithfield trial?
These are the people that are trying to shut down Smithfield. Okay?
It's not true.
These are the people that are trying to shut down Smithfield.
It's not true.
Mr. Vollmer attempts to speak with multiple members of the public. And
by the way, do you know I actually know a good cop? Well, I knew a good cop. Like, I knew an older guy who was a cop once. So no, he's still alive. I mean, I know a person who was a good cop. There we go. Sorry, that was very ambiguous. It was I knew them. They did some adjacent work with some of the prison sociological work that I did when I was at university, and they were just one of the people who like knew the woman that I was working with. And he would and I talked with him a couple of times, and he knew that I was a lefty because we were all doing like sociological analysis on the prison system. Like, obviously, of course, we're lefties, right? And he was a lefty. And we talked a couple of times, and he would talk about how being a cop in the I think it was in the 80s or like early 80s or something, like thereabouts, how it was like an infuriating job because it felt like if you wanted to do something selfish or bad, all the roadblocks that should be in your way get pulled to the side by like being a cop and having cop buddies and having people who will look out for you. But if you want to do something good, you have all the regular institutional barriers, and then you have the additional ones added by all the other people who haven't been doing good and are either offended by you doing good in their stead or like consider it harmful to their like values for you to go. So it like adds that much, because there's always been a homeless problem in Northern California. So it's like the push and pull between what you have to do and what you can do. And he had nothing but negative stuff to say about it. So if nothing else, I think one of the reasons why there are so few good cops, whatever that means, you know, like a good, you know, like whatever, good moral compass, is because it must be a fucking infuriating job. It's a very gratifying job being a cop, I think, if you like if you like being a bully, and you like domineering other people. But if you actually want to do some kind of public good, it must be an incredibly frustrating, like miserable job, you know? Yeah.
And each time, Deputy Woolsey tells them not to speak with him because he is trying to, quote, shut down Smithfield. While police officers do have First Amendment rights as citizens of the United States, as government employees, they can face consequences for their speech in ways that private citizens cannot, particularly for speech they make while on duty and in uniform. As the Supreme Court described in the 1983 case of Connick versus Myers, decisions as to when a government employer can take corrective or disciplinary action against an employee for their speech must, quote, seek a balance between the interest of the employee as a citizen in commenting upon matters of public concern and the interest of the state as an employer in promoting the efficiency of the public services it performs through its employees. Similarly, the court noted in the 1994 case of Waters versus Churchill that for speech by a government employee to be protected by the First Amendment, it, quote, must be on a matter of public concern, and the employee's interest in expressing herself on this matter must not be outweighed by any injury the speech could cause to the interest of the state as an employer in promoting the efficiency of the public services it performs through its employees. Here, while Deputy Woolsey's speech was undoubtedly on a matter of public concern, a court would most likely determine—
Did I check my email? Unfortunately, I don't believe anybody is going to be able to come on today. I'm sorry. I love you guys. Hopefully they'll be able to come on soon. Sometimes good content takes time.
That his interest in expressing his opinion at the time, and in the way that he did, was outweighed by the potential injury to the state's interests, as his actions likely constituted so-called First Amendment retaliation against Mr. Vollmer for his protected speech. In general, the First Amendment prohibits the government from retaliating against an individual for exercising protected expression.
You know what really frustrates me, man? The people who are most antagonistic to cops and most in favor of learning about your rights are sovereign citizens, and sovereign citizens don't like cops because they like other types of fascists, and the rights they learn about are made up. They're fake. It's very, very frustrating. But because, like, the idea of somebody who's very familiar with what the cops can and can't do, and will use that information at every opportunity to protect people from state power, that's good. It's just the actual way, the actual implementation of that is consistently lacking.
The Tenth Circuit noted in the 2000 case of Worrell versus Henry, quote, any form of official retaliation for exercising one's freedom of speech, including prosecution, threatened prosecution, bad faith investigation, and legal harassment, constitutes an infringement of that freedom. The decision also explained that to succeed in a First Amendment retaliation claim, the plaintiff must prove that they were engaged in constitutionally protected activity, that the government's action caused them, quote, to suffer an injury that would chill a person of ordinary firmness from continuing to engage in that activity.
The way legal documents are written, man, again, to suffer an injury that would chill a person of ordinary firmness from continuing to engage in that activity. Oh, like, literally, so much of our law was written by some dude in the 18th century with a quill pen, and he was thinking like, I'm sure whichever judge has to pass this will be a fair-minded and sensible folk. And now we live today.
And that the government's action was, quote, substantially motivated as a response to the plaintiff's exercise of constitutionally protected conduct. In this situation, Mr. Vollmer was unquestionably engaged in speech that was protected by the First Amendment, and Deputy Woolsey essentially—
Yeah, if you want a real kicker, keep in mind that a ton of the law that still gets used and cited today is actually predates the formation of police departments. That's real. Police departments, as we understand them, as we know them today, are a, like, early 20th century thing. Though, of course, they have precedent. So a lot of the law, literally, cops weren't a thing back when it was written. So, yeah.
Actually admitted that he was taking this action because he did not like Mr. Vollmer's past and current speech.
Maupin.
As to whether Mr. Vollmer suffered an injury because of Deputy Woolsey's conduct, the 10th Circuit determined in the Irizarry case we discussed earlier in this episode that because, quote, physical and verbal intimidation are cognizable injuries, a YouTube journalist suffered an injury when an officer stood in front of—
Didn't the law used to be enforced by the military? Oh, it's quite, it's complicated. So historically, like going way back to the feudal era, the role of the law was essentially just enforced by the goons of the aristocracy and nobility. You know, lords would have knights or militias that would uphold whatever they considered to be the law, and was messy and not great, you know. But in American history, you know, like after the revolution and stuff, the police didn't really exist. I mean, you had like officers, and you had local militias, stuff like that. But there was no, like, institutional expected police thing. Like, it hadn't really been, like, codified. After the Industrial Revolution, the closest thing we had to police were basically just, like, private investigators and private gangs that were owned either by local politicians like the mayor or by industrial capitalists. Pinkertons are an extreme example of that, but yeah, like, you know, they would keep the workers in line, you know, keep everything looking pretty in the downtown area, that kind of thing. And eventually, a lot of these executive groups were kind of necessary to the function of these large cities, which had never existed before, not in the way they did at that time in human history. So they got kind of like codified into law eventually and sort of normalized. Also, a lot of that normalization, one of the more active proto-policing groups were the slave patrols, who would patrol around the Mason-Dixon line trying to catch fleeing slaves, bring them back for a bounty or for, you know, for pay or commission, or, you know, dependent on the system. But so basically, the history of policing, you know, in the modern day post-industrial revolution, is slave patrols, strike breakers, investigators hired by local politicians, and organized government-backed gangs who kept cities running at the behest of local business magnates. And all that kind of got rolled together into what we might consider like modern policing. But that's relatively new. That's early 1900s for the most part when it became codified. And we have laws in the books that go back way before that.
Of his camera and shined a flashlight into it, now quoting, making it difficult, if not impossible, to continue recording a potentially critical moment of the police activity. The court also noted that, quote, this injury alone would chill a person of ordinary firmness from continuing to film the traffic stop. Because the 10th Circuit has recognized that interfering with an individual's exercise of protected...
Wait, did I just say 19th century? 20th century, I'm sorry. Like the early 1900s. 1900s, 20th century. 1900s isn't 19th century. Okay, yeah, 1910, 1915, that.
Speech can constitute a sufficient injury for a First Amendment retaliation claim. A court would likely conclude that Mr. Vollmer had a claim against Deputy Woolsey for his attempts to dissuade individuals from talking to him.
More importantly, I'm more important for your safety.
We're not here to talk about that.
No, let me talk.
Go ahead.
I'm more worried about what people here how they feel towards you in your protest. So I'm more or less walking.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You here for his safety? Okay.
Not protesting.
Let me finish. Don't cut me off, please. I'm more worried about your safety and some of these citizens being upset with you than anything.
Deputy Laws informs Mr. Vollmer that they are taking these actions out of consideration for his safety and are trying to protect him from the many local citizens they claim are angry with him. However, courts have long recognized that police officers generally cannot censor an individual's controversial speech, even for their own protection. This issue, known as the problem of the heckler's veto, has been addressed in numerous Supreme Court decisions. And although speech is not protected by the First Amendment when it creates a clear and present danger of riot, disorder, or other immediate threat to public safety, as the court...
We did have sheriffs and marshals. Yeah, weren't marshals a federal thing? Marshals would have like hits or like warrants given to them or whatever, and they could deputize people and work to, yeah, so that was like a, you know, hunting down that varmint type deal. And I think sheriffs were basically just were just kind of like a very loose, flimsy protective system for frontier towns. I mean, we have sheriffs everywhere now. I mean, but like in their initial formation, it's like, well, how do you just keep somebody from killing and fucking raping everyone in this this homesteading project? Well, you know, somebody has to wear the badge. It's complicated. I don't pretend to be an expert.
Noted in a footnote in the 1966 case of Brown versus Louisiana, quote, participants in an orderly demonstration in a public place are not chargeable with the danger that their critics might react with disorder or violence. In the 1949 case of Terman Yellow versus Chicago, the Supreme Court overturned a disorderly conduct conviction against a suspended Catholic priest who, in an address that he delivered in a Chicago auditorium, quote, condemned the conduct of the crowd outside and vigorously, if not viciously, criticized various political and racial groups. Despite the fact that police officers assigned to the meeting to maintain order were...
Oh, here we go. Thank you. It's nice to have an accompaniment here. Photo show policing has evolved in the U.S. since the beginnings in the 1600s. Before a formal police system was put in place, colonies were protected by a night watch dating back to the 1630s. Yeah, okay, that tracks. So we didn't have a proper aristocracy over here, so it would basically just be like one dude with a haggard beard being like, think I saw witches about in the night? Let's get some blokes up now. And they would like run around with a torch or something. Yeah. History of the police in the South differs from other parts of the country because of the prominence of slavery. Yikes. Cancelled. Immigrants move to cities. Citizens look for a more formal way to keep order. Oh, this is earlier than I knew. First official police force was established in Boston in 1838, New York in 1845. By the 1880s, almost every major city in the country had a police force. Were these answered to the these answered like locally to the political leaders, right? I think at this time, like these groups, it was literally just like the I mean, effectively like a private militia of the political leaders in the area. In the 1800s, there were reports of corruption among some police forces. Really? At the time, America was a political machine, meaning local businesses and police forces reported to a single political leader in exchange for a reward. Oh, yeah, right here. Wait! What do you mean, reports of corruption, addendum, all these police forces were just the private militia of a given political leader? Yeah! What do you mean? So, functionally, the only thing that made these guys like the police was that they were like aligned with the government in the sense that they answered to government forces, you know? But that's not quite the same. They were just mercenaries. For example, some politicians paid off officers to ignore certain groups' illegal activities. Okay, wait. I think this article might be understating the case a bit. From my understanding, like, this wouldn't have been considered corruption at the time because these police groups were literally just fucking militia mercenary groups for the local mayors. And they would absolutely collude to ignore illegal activity if it was good for business or if it was good for the mayor's interests or whatever. Like, all the time. That was like... And it wasn't considered like a betrayal of the public trust because nobody thought of police officers at the time as being servants of the people. They weren't. It was just like, oh yeah, those are the mayor's men, you know? This led to the start of private police forces like the Pinkerton National Detective Agency. I would make the argument that the police force is already private if they report to a single political leader in exchange for a reward. That's just private with like the facade of public public interest. In the early 1900s, the police forces made dramatic changes thanks to August Vollmer. August Vollmer, the father of modern policing, stressed the importance of sociology, social work, psychology, and management in police work. In this system, officers patrolled the neighborhoods they lived in on foot. Holy shit, this is better than our modern policing system. I mean, the way it's being described here, at least. Also made sure policemen went to college and even created a separate system for juveniles to be tried and punished instead of trying them as adults. He sounds based, but he was probably racist. This guy with a last name Vollmer? Yeah, probably. And goddamn Hoover created the FBI and ruined everything. All right, sorry.
Were not able to prevent several disturbances, and, quote, the crowd outside was angry and turbulent, the court determined that he could not be convicted for disorderly conduct simply because his speech caused, quote, a breach of the peace. In reaching this conclusion, the court explained that, quote, a function of free speech under our system of government is to invite dispute. It may indeed best serve its high purpose when it induces a condition of unrest, creates dissatisfaction with conditions as they are, or even stirs people to anger. The court expressed a similar sentiment in the 2011 case of Snyder versus Phelps, where it held that the infamous Westboro Baptist Church could not be sued for protesting soldiers' funerals, noting that although speech can inflict great pain, quote, we cannot react to that pain by punishing the speaker. As a nation, we have chosen a different course, to protect even hurtful speech on public issues to ensure that we do not stifle public debate. Here,
you might notice, by the way, that there's kind of like an inconsistency here that is baked into the law, and I don't know if there's a way to resolve that, because the police can charge you for public disorderly conduct if you like obstruct the public good, or if you behave like unusually. Like, there's a lot of stuff they can do, but the Westboro Baptist Church can set up across from a protest and scream like slurs and hate and shit, and like that is protected speech. So there is an inconsistency here when it comes to where the line is for what like disorderly conduct actually is, and I don't know if there's ever a way to make it perfectly consistent, but yeah.
It is clear that most of the citizens of Beaver did not seem to even notice Mr. Vollmer's presence at the celebration, and there was absolutely no evidence that his speech was on the brink of causing any sort of violence or disorder. A court reviewing this situation would therefore almost certainly conclude...
Okay, I think we got the gist of this fucking video. All right, how you guys doing? What's up? Somebody earlier said, have I looked at the shark debate? What shark debate? Volner was the only good cop. Dude was a big fan of desegregation, pro-drug use / anti-drug law. Wait, really? That guy, Volner, the very racist-looking guy, was in favor of desegregation? Wait, how is it that the father of modern policing is more politically progressive than people are today 100 years later? Okay, whatever. I'll think about that one later. I'll contemplate the implications of that. He was a sociologist? Well, yeah, sociologists are dope. Shark debated a guy on black gene pools. Oh, was this about that like black bloodline must be preserved race mixing thing? It was that? Who was arguing with Shark? Was it a public figure? He debated Endless Cemetery, one of the guys in your panel from a while ago. Oh no. Okay, I'll take a little look. I was given a timestamp for this. Is there a reason?
Well, my whole point from the very beginning is that people should be allowed. Do you? Okay.
I'm curious. We're chilling today, guys. We're chilling a little bit. After I take a look at this, I'll read donos.
All right. So what's up, man? How you feeling?
I'm okay. I'm not much for pleasantries. Can you tell everyone why we're here? What do you want to talk about?
Damn.
So firstly, I was going to ask you if you had any questions specifically for me, but the reason why we're here is because of some tweets that you responded to that I kind of wanted to feel you out and get your mindset about.
Okay. And you're Endless Cemetery, is that right?
That's me. Endless Cemetery, all E's, 1 C, no A's, just like your report card in elementary school.
Okay. I'm gonna come. So what's the problem?
Well, you don't have any questions for me?
Nope. I don't have any questions for you. I don't.
Yeah, Shark's entering this conversation fairly antagonistically. Not a criticism.
Know necessarily what you believe. You didn't really say anything that you believe on Twitter besides, I think this tweet was from, I thought this tweet was from Tommy Lauren when you responded to my tweet.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the only reason I asked that is because a while back you subtweeted me calling me a backstabber. So I just wanted to.
That tweet, so wait, what? Yeah. I subtweeted you calling you a backstabber.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain?
It was, I mean, it's not important. We don't necessarily have to talk about it now if you don't want to. But,
I mean, if it's like a problem, if you think I called you a backstabber.
It's not necessarily something I consider a problem, but I just thought it was funny that you would engage with that situation in the way that you did, but never actually reach out to me. But you tweeted something about how hard it is to make friends in this space because people will stab you in the back.
This is similar energy to the Mel debate. No, because Mel is a woman, which means that all of your fucking sympathy receptors are lighting up. But the guy that Shark's talking to is not to assume gender, but sounds more masculine, so.
And it was immediately after the hot mic vid with Dylan Burns. So I assumed that it was in reference to that. If it wasn't, then my mistake and I apologize.
No, chat knows that I don't really talk to anybody. I do enjoy my distance from other creators. And sometimes it's because other people stab you in the back. Other times it's just you bring people into your life and that could just cause more issues. I've always been a loner type person. And it is hard to, do you disagree that it's hard to make friends in these spaces?
No, not at all.
I would imagine you feel that way about Dylan Burns. Do you think he stabbed you in the back or something?
No, so the thing is like, I actually have had a really easy time making friends in this space, but as far as Dylan goes, if you want my full opinion on how things transpired with him.
I really don't. All I wanted was to know if you think that he stabbed you in the back or something.
Okay.
Unless I guess you really feel like it's important to explain to chat.
Get to
no,
it.
Not really, honestly. But yeah, I don't feel like he stabbed me in the back. I just feel like he was dishonest in the way that he portrayed that situation is all.
Okay. So what's your problem with me?
I don't necessarily have a problem with you. Like I said, I just wanted to, because you said in that particular tweet, hold on, let me pull it up so we can read it really quick, just so I don't like misquote you or anything.
You probably can't pull it up on private.
Yeah, I screenshot.
Unless you took a screenshot. Okay.
I did.
Okay, let me show chat the offending material. Exhibit A.
So you said these black people grow up in broken homes to parents who never wanted them, then unfortunately make it to an age old enough to tweet just to hate on people being in the happy family they never experienced.
Damn.
This is fatherless behavior and jealousy.
Okay.
And I just wanted to know where that comes from.
It comes from this tweet and people who agree with them. The material in, like,
I wish I was black. Then I could call black people fatherless behavior. I can't do that, but Shark can do that. What power?
Like the image that I provided and the people who agree with them.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's you quote tweeted them and direct, like it was a direct response to them. But the question I'm asking you rather is, why say this specifically? Like, why say all of that?
That's how I feel.
Yeah, but why though?
Why? I mean, I'm not necessarily. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not necessarily sure what you're getting at. Are you asking like if I think that like if I have some like evidence that these black people come from like, well, those types of black people come from like bad homes or something, and that's why they tweet like this?
No, so I feel like we might have been off on the wrong foot because I also saw the title of your stream that was arguing whether or not you're a racist, and I had never called you a racist anywhere.
That's
so
just,
I kind of
that's
feel
just
like
clickbait. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah. Well, that's.
And also, I didn't know exactly what you wanted to talk about. I would imagine that you think that what I said was in some way could even be racist or gives ammo to racists or something.
Well, I mean, it's definitely anti-black.
Okay. It doesn't seem the title was too off the actual conversation topic then.
Well, I mean, is it really possible for a black person to be racist to other black people?
Yes.
You could be anti-black, but I don't. How so?
You could dislike black people and be prejudiced against them.
I don't know how you answer that question too. Like from Shark's perspective, it's like, so you acknowledge that you can be hateful towards black people. Okay, but how can you be racist? Well, like that.
Yeah, but what power do you actually have to negatively affect that person's life outside of like brigading them? Which I'm not saying.
We don't judge whether something is racist or not based on how much power you individually in that moment can. So first of all, there are black people with plenty of power to reinforce anti-black racism, like Candace Owens. But even then, there are plenty of white people who are individually powerless and can't really do much on their own.
You would do, but
so this is like our issue is that for me, the power that you have over somebody is the interpersonal power that you can make them feel bad and you can be prejudiced against them. It's the same power that any other person has power over somebody else. Like we're social creatures. And so everybody has power over somebody to at least some extent to be able to make them think about something that they are, to give them complexes in the way that you interact with them, and to just be generally shitty to somebody. I mean, everybody knows about bullying.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but that's always optional. Like I could always, if someone, say for example, is like spamming me with the N-word, I could just always call them a fucking idiot and block them.
Well, is your response to cyberbullying and harassment just like turn off the monitor, Lamau?
No, I'm not saying that cyberbullying isn't an issue. I'm just saying that when we're talking about structural racism, I don't necessarily think that cyberbullying is at the top of the list at things that necessarily harmfully affect black people.
It doesn't have to be at the top of the list. It could be at the bottom of the list. Some people may not even think that it's on the list in the first place. I don't think it really matters. It affects people and it hurts them and it can change the course of their lives interpersonally.
Right. Yeah.
So I didn't bring up structural racism.
So yeah, but when we're talking about racism as in like anti-blackness, the whole point, the reason why it stings so hard is because there is a structure of global anti-blackness that negatively harms dark-skinned people. Would you disagree with that?
No.
Okay.
Do you think that black people can play into that just as easily as white people
Absolutely.
can? Okay.
Yeah.
And do you think that black people can perpetuate that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. But when they do it, it's not racism?
I would think it's anti-blackness, but like I said before, black people don't necessarily have the power to, like, the way that black people engage with anti-blackness is way different from the way that white people engage in anti-blackness. You understand?
Can you explain?
So white people directly benefit from anti-blackness just as a consequence of cultural hegemony, whereas, excuse me, black people only benefit from engaging in anti-blackness when they can get rewards from white people for doing that.
It doesn't have to be from white people. It could be from like honestly.
Well, yeah, you're correct.
Ah, man, it's the American diabolism thing again. This sucks. It's such a black and white view of the world. Like because white supremacy and white people are the enemy, like everything else has to orient around that central evil. So if black people are like doing something that's racist or whatever, it's like, okay, well, they're actually doing because they're victims of white people, and it's like there's no actual accounting for it.
Any structure.
True, it could be, but what I'm saying is that black people are also just as negatively affected by anti-blackness. It's just a matter of subjectively or from moment to moment how that actually gets applied.
Okay, I think. Do you think that a Jewish person can be anti-Semitic?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think a black person can be racist?
Yeah, sure. I'll. So if we're referring to racism just as like the belief that one race is superior to another, and we're completely ignoring power structures, then sure, yeah, black people can be racist.
Okay. I think these can be like two separate things. I think we can have the analysis of structural issues and the way in which they can interact with people and like ruin their lives and things along those lines. We can talk about interpersonal and institutional, and they can like go hand in hand, and they can be one without the other sometimes. And I think that's like all the same. And I think it's the same things. The only thing is that for me, it's like it's the okay. So to explain it, is the difference between somebody who has a plan of running over people on the sidewalk, but they have the option between hopping in either like a Prius, or they have the option of hopping in like you ever played Sonic? You know that big semi truck that was like following him through San Francisco? They can hop into either of those, and the semi is probably going to do more damage, but you're still running over people on the street.
Right. I get this analogy. The difference being that for one person, like both people can hop in a semi and run over people in the street. The difference being that one person gets paid to hop in a semi and run over people in the street. Whereas when the other person runs over people in the street, they go to jail. Best case scenario.
Wait, that's not really analogous, right? In a white supremacist system, both white and black people are less punished for being biased towards black people than they otherwise would be. Like black people don't go to jail for being racist against black people, to pull the analogy forward.
All right. It seems like for the person receiving the tires on their back, I'm not sure how much they like care about that in that moment.
Individually, yeah, but when we're talking about stuff like anti-blackness and racism and politics in general, you're not dealing with people individually.
In interpersonal issues, you absolutely are. And that's how a lot of this stuff happens, is interpersonally. And so you would absolutely be interacting with human beings, and your single interaction with human beings honestly could be even stronger for you for the way in which you're going to take your life in the future. Than like institutional things, because a lot of us, it's very easy to abstract institutional harm as opposed to what somebody just said to you while you were walking home on the sidewalk.
Unless it's derived from an institution that harms people.
Sure, and I think black people can quite as easily do that. So honestly, I think the only real thing that's happening is how the other person feels or whatever.
Oh yeah, side note, by the way, I think the two best roguelites ever made are Binding of Isaac and Enter the Gungeon. This is Enter the Gungeon. It's super dope.
For what they like get from it, and honestly, I don't think like your average person would really care, and I personally don't either for interpersonal issues. It just doesn't seem like it seems like you're talking about the same thing.
Oh fuck, sorry, Hades too. Though wait, Hades is really good for reasons other than its moment-to-moment gameplay. That's good, but like you guys know why Hades is where it is, right? Its direction, art style, story, voice acting, atmosphere, presence. In terms of raw gameplay, for me, the big two are Binding of Isaac and Gungeon for different reasons. Because Binding of Isaac is not mechanically complicated. It like in terms of its moment-to-moment gameplay, it's complicated in terms of its fucking amount of content. If you have a gigantic brain and know everything, Binding of Isaac gets 5 trillion times easier. If you like know all the like techniques or whatever, like I'll not pick up this one coin because if I leave that coin right there, then I can get it when I get that item. That ultimately refresh this. Now I get that item. Like, and Gungeon is nowhere near that complicated, but it's way more mechanically demanding. But But Hades has given me a chub to some of the deities that talk to you. So I guess it's all even. The big three.
But with like different words really when it comes down to how your average person can feel about it. And like that's what I'm talking about here.
But that's not how you worded it. You said these black people.
Yes, those types of black people.
Well, what are those types of black people?
The black people well, for one,
Sorry, I'm going to pause this so that I don't have an image of a pale woman with a whip up while black people talk about their experiences with racism. Anyway, I wanted you all to know who I was referring to when I talked about my chub. There you go. God, the art's so fucking good. Sorry, okay.
Black person who said that, and two, the black people who agree with it.
What are they
Do you
saying?
think that when I said these black people, I mean, I meant all black people?
You picked the worst one there.
My concern isn't necessarily with whether you're talking about all or some black people when we're talking about what you said. My concern is that you used all of these tropes that are employed by whites in the construct of anti-blackness. That's number one. But also, what did they say? Like, I guess my question to you at this point would be, how did you interpret what these original tweets said that would push you to respond in this manner?
How did I interpret them? I interpreted them as being the type of people who, one, care so deeply about bloodlines that they're going to name and shame people who are in happy families for not breeding in the way that they like. It seems like they would like to also, from the comments as well, it seems like they would like to have less light-skinned black people. They also feel like this type of stuff is harming and is harmful to black people, and the black community is making us weaker. And these are weak links who are doing the bidding of white people.
What do you think that is?
Why do I think that is? It could be from a plethora of different reasons. It could be from the YouTube content that they watch. It could be from the types of people who can benefit by getting clicks and revenue from spreading this type of stuff, just like every other conspiracy or hateful thing can be. It could simply be because they were around those types of people and those are the ideas that are ingrained in them. I don't know. I know somebody brought up at one point in time that apparently there was a concerted effort by white people at one point in time, or I don't know if you want to still say today, to like make black people lighter or something. And so the way in which they're going to be using their generational trauma is to attack just normal people who are in happy relationships with children who are lighter than they would enjoy.
See, that's what's weird to me. Before we get to that, would you disagree that what you said was anti-black?
Nope.
Okay, so there's that. But before we get to this, because I'm not seeing any prescriptive statements in either one of these tweets.
Shark is a wall. Shark is a goddamn just an iron wall.
The original tweet, sure, they used Pat Mahomes and Patrick Mahomes as an example, but the thing that they're specifically talking about is melanin, not necessarily black people in general. And as far as the bloodline thing goes, are you familiar with the concept of Afrofuturism?
No.
So to basically make a very complicated and long issue very short, the idea of Afrofuturism is just the concept of ensuring that African diaspora people exist in the future. So knowing that part of the project of white supremacy was to lighten people up, right? It's not just like a conspiracy theory or something like that. It's something that they actually talked about. And knowing that colorism only affects people of dark skin.
Wait. White supremacists have generally not liked race mixing. Whitening up dark-skinned people entails race mixing, unless you mean some kind of other method of... historically, I think, historically, for the most part, and this is like a really broad thing, but as I understand it, okay, white supremacy in the West has mostly been about protecting white countries as a kind of enclave, and making sure that the presence of non-whites in those countries is exclusively done for like labor purposes. You know what I mean? Or it's kept controlled and separate. Historically, that's been the narrative, you know? And then you have people like, Adolf Hitler and whatever. You have the hyper-militaristic white supremacists who want to literally just kill everyone else and just eventually make the whole world white. But I think that tends to be in the minority. I think for the most part, the white supremacist narrative has been keep our countries clean, big finger quotes, and use the rest of the other races for labor and for resource exploitation. Anyway, this is tangential.
That's why we have skin lightening creams. People like Stardust have admitted to have lightened in the past, right? Knowing that these things exist as part of a larger structure, and knowing what we know about, like I said before,
well, that wasn't something. That wasn't entirely a thing. That wasn't necessarily white people pushing for that to be racist. They're like, yeah, dark-skinned people, get more light with your skin whitening. A lot of that was us having control of the media, white people. You know, we've like put out the comics and the TV. So beauty standards are oriented around a European aesthetic. So there are people like in India, for example, I think skin lightening is pretty common. Not like super common, but, you know, decently common. And it's because, you know, there's a kind of global West-centric beauty standard that they want to conform to by lightening their skin. But there's a lot of complicated stuff there.
Cultural hegemony, where it's not something you have to necessarily be consciously aware of or try to do. It's just something you do as a consequence of the society you live in. That's something that can happen. And like I said before, I don't see anything prescriptive in these tweets. I don't see anything about how other Black people should operate. Maybe in the replies, I didn't go that far, and I'm sure that there's other people who would do that. I wouldn't agree with them. So I feel like we have the same take in the regard of.
Wait, one moment. This is very interesting to me. So I asked this question to Aston Mack last night because he wanted to speak as well. So let's say, do you know anything about my background? You know how I grew up?
Yeah, we were on a panel together where you said that you were kind of military brat, and correct me if I'm wrong, but on that panel, did you not say that you didn't necessarily heavily identify with your Blackness at the time?
It depends on what you mean by like heavily identify. I don't think about it super often. And it's not like a massive part of my brand. If somebody was to ask me about me and I was going to give them like pieces of
Doesn't it seem to shift a little bit due to the amount of white people trying to be black and darken their skin? Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit more optimistic about you know, different races getting along here in the States. I mean, Black people have had so much power over American culture that while we still live in a country that is white supremacist in a lot of meaningful ways, culturally, there's so much push from non-white groups, mostly Black, but broadly, you know, that there's like, we're living now in a country where there are like white people who feel a little insecure that they're not matching beauty standards that are non-white in origin. You know, which that's interesting. Like, if nothing else, it's indicative that there is more, you know, there's a stronger balance of power than there was before, at least. And that's good, you know? I don't want anyone to feel insecure about their skin tone at all, of course, but fashion trends will ebb and flow, and I would rather they ebb and flow in an a-racial sense rather than, like, exclusively being towards European standards.
Of me, it would be about, like, things that I've done and things that I enjoy and the people I've been around. And not
you don't think that your Blackness isn't, like, super crucial or super important about you?
It can be to the ways I'm viewed by other people, but to me, myself, no.
Okay. Well, why is that?
I like being Black. I would not like to change it if I had the anti-Black button.
Sure.
But it's just not. I don't think about it that often.
Right next to the.
I'm not sure if I can give you an answer of like exactly why. It's just not very. I just don't really care.
So it bothers you when other people do?
That is a leap in logic.
No. Well, I mean, I'm reading this tweet here of you like responding in a particular way to people saying that they want their kids and their grandkids to be Black, like dark-skinned Black.
I think it's not because of the Blackness. It's because of the super weird, creepy, controlling nature of trying to coerce your children and grandchildren into breeding the way that would make you happy. I don't see any difference between this and like, here. Can I ask a question? What like before we go too far? Two like questions, okay, and then I'll answer all your questions.
Sure.
If I were to make a tweet, okay, because yeah, I grew up in New York, I grew in Missouri, in St. Louis, and I grew up in Kentucky. Not exactly, you know, but I don't have to dox myself. But
yeah.
with that being said, in a lot of the areas I've been around a lot of white people. And when I go to like Atlanta, Georgia or something, or I go to like North Carolina, we visit some family and they live in what I can only describe. You know what? Here's how I'll describe it. It's like when I go to see them, it's like the what's his name? I was gonna say Kevin Samuels. That's not right. Kendrick Lamar. It's like To Pimp a Butterfly, sort of like album cover, but in real life. Okay, there's like a church's chicken, and then there's like a lot of like poor infrastructure, and then there's like kids riding on beat up BMX bikes, and I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to walk the streets after the street lights come on. Okay, and that's where I go visit some family every now and again. If I were to make a tweet and it was like, let's take a picture, okay? I'm just describing to you the picture. These are not words that I'm saying. It's a picture of like stereotypical, everyone's dressed as like like early 2000s Soulja Boy, okay?
So it's hood.
Sure, they look like they're in saggy pants, they bumping and they lowrider. And I go, man, I'm so glad I didn't grow up like these people. And I want to make sure that my family never
Whoa, what the fuck do you mean, these people?
Ends up like my bloodline never ends up like this. This is insane. Would you feel the same exact way you feel about that tweet as you would if I made that hypothetical tweet?
No.
You would not feel the same. Why would that be?
Because we're not talking about like so in response in specificity, the reason why I would feel differently about that is because we're not talking about like a global project to turn black people into white people. You're just talking
I don't know if there's a global project to turn black people into white people. Race politics is so incredibly complicated that you can probably find like hundreds of like hyper specific elements of culture and society and institutions that are doing this or that or whatever. But like broadly speaking, I don't know if that's like a good description of what's happening at all.
Basically just poverty shaming at that point.
You don't have to be poor to engage in that type of culture.
In hood culture?
Yeah. Absolutely. Honestly, I would even bet that a lot of people that engage in quote unquote hood culture didn't come from hoods at all. The people actually, don't you
global
agree with, like, the main people who consume like quote unquote hood culture are just like suburban white boys?
No,
bumping like Playboy Cardi?
The hood still exists at the end of the day, and it exists for a reason.
Okay, but I'm talking about the sort of culture that is sold and what people like and aspire to. I'm not talking about like if hoods still exist.
I'm confused because you were talking about the people being specifically black that you would take this picture of.
They would be specifically black, just like the picture that they took was specifically a darker person breeding with a lighter skinned person and them having an issue with it.
Okay, you kind of lost me. Could you just start from the beginning? So you're saying that if you took a picture of yourself in the hood.
No. If I just took a picture of like a stereotypical image of just like a hood, like saggy pants, like lowrider, big chains or whatever, Gucci belt sort of people, and some of them may even be throwing what some people may even think to be like gang signs or something. Okay,
but they're all black.
Sure, they're all
like
black.
dark skin black.
Sure,
though.
they're all dark skinned black.
Okay.
And I say, I'm so glad that I didn't grow up like these people or like this. I sure hope I'm going to fight hard to make sure my bloodline doesn't end up like them. That like ellipses, that's insane. Would you feel the same way that you would about that person's breeding tweet as my tweet about like people in the hood?
No, because that tweet will be literally anti-black.
That's Elaborate.
You're literally saying you don't want your kid to grow up like the hood black people. How is that not anti-black when we know the hood is a product of black people and their resistance and their experiences in white supremacy?
I don't know. Personally, I've talked to a lot of people who come from the hood, and a lot of them are like, I wish I never grew up there and I'm leaving the second I can.
Yeah.
It is worth pointing out that it is bad, you know? Like the hood is slums. It is bad, you know. It's not good. Yeah, I don't know about the hood is of black people argument either, you know. I mean broadly, but you know, there's it's complicated, yeah.
But that doesn't really address why the hood exists in the first place.
Okay, that's all right. That's fine.
Whereas we know that this type of shit that we're looking at, while the people doing it might not have that in mind, because we agree on that particular like idea, let these niggas live, they're happy, right? But that said, it is like the idea that you would take issue with dark-skinned people wanting to make sure that there are dark-skinned people in the future is that's what I'm trying to figure out, honestly.
It's okay. So the thing is, all right. So I find it.
The euphemisms here are actually exactly what a white nationalist would say, right? Because we're not talking about making sure black people exist in the future. We're talking about forcing your children or pressuring your children to marry in your race. But the euphemisms are identical. They're the exact same ones that you would hear.
I don't think we're ever going to agree on this because of, like, the way you answered that question. It's just like it seems like the way in which we engage in the world is just so fundamentally different. I don't think we're ever going to agree on this. But if we're going to take on this, okay, do you think that this is a part of a planned effort to exterminate exterminate black people when it's cheered on when black people and white people or black people and other races have relationships?
So I got to answer this kind of long form, right? Because the picture that they used wasn't of a black person and a Filipino person, or a black person and an Indian person, or a black person and a Malaysian person. It's very specifically black and white. And this is kind of the problem.
Wait, yeah? Oh boy.
That we run into when we talk about interracial relationships to begin with is that it's yet another aspect of white supremacy where white people have to center themselves in everything, including black culture. Case in point, like you were just describing, hood culture, quote unquote, was coming.
Wait, how is having an interracial relationship with a black and a white person, the white person centering themselves? I don't know what that means. You fall in love with who you fall in love with.
Modified by white people to be bought and sold by and to other white people. We're still in the hood, which is not fair, right? So when we talk about stuff like the quality of melanin in someone's skin in reference to racial, for dire want of a better term, racial mixing between black and white people.
Now, I don't like that this is the term that I have to use. However, circumstances forced me.
Do I think that these white women that these black men are engaged with have it at the forefront of their conscious minds to lighten up the races so that there'll be less dark-skinned black people in the world? No, I don't think that. But it has to be stated, which is why I don't necessarily think that the people who have the opinions that they do in these tweets are particularly harmful to black people or anyone else. It must be stated that one of the goals of white people or of white supremacy was the lightening of the races, right? The Mormons talked about it.
Okay, I need to stress this so everyone understands. White supremacists do not like it when white women have children with black men. That is actually the thing they like the least in the entire world. There is nothing that they like less than that specific thing. Except for when it happens in porn. Good point.
As stated previously, even in cultures that don't have white people, there is colorism, right? So there's skin lightening in India. Filipino people, they don't like to be out in the sun because that makes their skin darker, right? So when we're talking about not just blackness, right? Because that's another pitfall for us too, is defining blackness by melanin quality. When we have people like Angela Davis, right?
Is he saying melanin quantity or quality? Because I keep hearing quality, which seems worse than him saying quantity, but quantity is the thing that makes more sense. It could just be the way he's pronouncing it. I'm going to assume that he means quantity.
These types of people. We're not talking just about black people as the monolith. We're talking very specifically about people with high melanin quality, chocolate niggas, dark-skinned niggas, right? Midnight niggas, people like us, right? Do you or do you not want people that look like us to exist in the future?
It is of no consequence to me. I couldn't care less.
He's a wall.
Really?
Not at all.
Iron wall.
Because because it's not my decision to make. This is it for me. This sounds exactly like if you're asking me, You know what this sounds like? This sounds like a conservative conspiracy of like the LGBT. You've seen this, where it's like, look at the trends of LGBT people. Soon, by like 2060, everyone will be gay and straight people will be gone. All because of this wokeness, and we won't breed anymore. And soon the human population will come to a rest because we'll be too busy having gay orgies instead of breeding as God intended.
Can I ask you a question, like a serious question?
Wait, I want to finish this. That's exactly what this sounds like to me. It's not my job, and I couldn't care less how people decide to breed. I don't think that it's very important for them to, at the forefront of their mind when it comes to choosing partners, for their
He's essentially doing what TERFs do by essentializing blackness with struggle. Yeah, like I've always said to you guys, essentialism is the brain poison. He's doing the exact same thing here. Almost every time we come up against somebody with a bad set of ideas, it's because of a lack of sociological imagination. They essentialize ideas, they take different concepts, groups of people, demographics, whatever, and they mash them together and they become inseparable blocks that then are argued for as a unit, as a collective. It's a very dangerous thing to do. It's essential to any fascist, racist advocacy. They need to essentialize, otherwise they can't do what they need to do. And it creeps into nominally left-leaning thought as well.
Prodigy to be of their same melanin quality or quantity, I guess we'll say. It's not important. I couldn't care less if people choose that way. And I feel like when I start to do that, we start to get into a weird authoritarian eugenic sort of mindset where some people should be made and some people shouldn't.
No one is doing that though. They're making a personal decision, and you're literally taking issue with their personal decision.
They are making a personal decision. So I think it's incredibly weird for me to comment and tell them what I think should and how they should or should not be using their seed. Because by definition, you're saying that if I think that I want there to be as many specifically dark-skinned people, that it is unethical and wrong for black people to be race mixing with people lighter than them, right?
That is not
true. You are. That is exactly what you're saying.
People, where in these tweets, or did I say that black people shouldn't race mix with white people? Because no one's ever said that.
I'm talking about the mindset that this takes on. You are, by definition, if you say it is good for, do you think it's, all right, let me ask you then. Do you want more people? Do you want there to specifically, do you care a lot about there specifically being more dark-skinned people in the future? And if there's not, is that neutral or is that bad?
So if there's no dark-skinned people in the future, then that means that the goal of white supremacy was realized. That means that if that were the case in the present, I wouldn't exist. So yeah, that kind of has I have a problem with that.
Doesn't this seem like cutting your nose to spite your face?
To ensure that people who look like me exist in the future?
It seems like the only reason you're doing it is not because it is important or in some way like a good thing. It's just because other people don't want it. And so it just seems like turning your nose up.
Okay. Reminder that there are good ways and bad ways to make sure there are people who look like him in the future, right? So here are things that you should defend like a minority group against, or like a racial group or whatever. Like, I don't think they should be genocided or like exterminated, or I don't think they should be systemically deprived into non-existence. You know, I think they should be free and da-da-da-da, you know? Here's a way in which it's actually okay for people of some skin tones to not be around as much anymore. If a bunch of them had loving, consensual relationships with lighter-skinned people, I think that's okay. That's fine. Yeah, like, all right, fine, you know? Eventually, we're all going to be like a nice, you know, brown mid-tone, and God willing, let it arrive here soon so people can stop making a fucking issue out of all this. But yeah, it's just not a big... I mean, really as well, like, you know, there's a reason why humans in different parts of the world have different levels of melanin. Even if everyone on Earth all became a caramel color, like today, within a couple thousand years, people who live in what is now Finland would be lighter skinned than people who live in what is now Zimbabwe. It's such a nothing. Just let people live their lives. Yeah, it doesn't change their culture or their ethnicity inherently. It's just like
at something because somebody, it just seems like you do something because someone told you not to, and not because you actually want to do it. That's the weird part to me.
It's not just that they don't want me to do it. They're actively trying to kill all of us. That's what anti-blackness is.
Not the lady who's just getting dick.
Okay. And you don't have to die to not, for your children to not be, for more people to not be darker skinned in the future. You could just like happily be married to somebody who's lighter than you and have children.
But my kids would be light skinned. They would still be black, and that's kind of the point, right? Is that as a black person, I care a lot, because if I have kids with someone who might have family members who hate them, that's going to affect their development.
You should work on the relationships between your family, and if you can't, you should cut them out of your life because you're their parent and you have full stewardship.
Sorry, I think I missed that. Somebody emailed me something wild.
My kids would be light skinned. They would still be black
and have children.
But my kids would be light skinned. They would still be black, and that's kind of the point, right? Is that as a black person, I care a lot, because if I have kids with someone who might have family members who hate them, that's going to affect their development.
You should work on the relationships between your family, and if you can't, you should cut them out of your life because you're their parent and you have full stewardship over how they're raised. And if somebody is hurting them, you should cut them from that child's development in life.
How is that fair to the child?
How is it fair to the child? Because you're taking control of how they are raised and you're making the best decision for them. Same way, like you take them to
members of their family
that hate them. Yes, 100%.
When I could just not fuck people,
not have them.
People.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh yeah, my family would hate mixed race children, so I'm not gonna have mixed race children. What, you want me to confront my family on their being bigoted? Why would I do that? What? 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 What?
Not have them, not at all, but I could choose to have kids with someone who's going to have family members that understand the black experience and are amenable to it.
Who you love and who you would have children with because like your aunt is racist?
So I think we're also getting fucked up with who we love and who we have kids with, because I don't know.
Fuck, man. Do you remember Shark's fatherless behavior tweet? Okay. All right. Sorry.
About you, I like to play in the snow, right? But I don't have.
Goddamn hypocrites. Textbook. Textbook. He means he likes fucking white women.
That is an incredibly weird way to say it.
I bet. But as I said, I have dipped my whip in the mayonnaise many a time. I don't have kids though. Why? Because there are consequences to being raised mixed race, and mixed race people will tell you that.
Do you think there should be less?
There are consequences to being raised black. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Mixed race children are likely to be light-skinned or perceived as light-skinned black. Dark-skinned black people are treated way the fuck worse than light-skinned. So wait, if a mixed race kid is going to be treated better in a lot of respects than a darker-skinned black person, so that's not even a valid metric of. Okay.
Mixed race people.
I don't feel one way or the other about the existence of mixed race people. I think.
Do you think the world is worse when more mixed race people are in the world?
No, I do not. I don't care.
Do you think the world would be better if there would be more dark-skinned people, if it meant that there would be less mixed race people in the world?
No, I think it would be good for dark-skinned people if they continue to exist in the future. And I say that as a dark-skinned person.
Euphemism.
It would be good for me knowing that people that look like me would exist in the future, because that means that I could exist in the future.
Do you think that it matters? Do you think it's really important? Do you think it's important, like how things happen as opposed?
Note how he thinks he's his race, by the way. Like, that's it. Like, if the future is full of like ambiguously brown mixed race people, he thinks of that as a future where he could not exist, which to me is really weird. You should not identify that strongly with your race, no matter what your race is. Like, there are cultural elements, you know, obviously people's lived experiences vary, but if you're thinking about yourself as like an element of your race to the extent that you're essentializing it, where you can't even imagine that you could exist in a world where people are mixed race, like broadly, that is very strange.
Opposed to if they happen in the first place?
What do you mean by that?
So let's say if I don't have a car right now, okay? Because I don't have a car at the moment. It got totaled. So I don't have a car. Do you think the situation around me not having a car would be different if I don't have a car because I sold it because I wanted to be able to put down money to buy a house and now I own a home and that's cool? Or
The
or
car
if I
still
don't have,
exists in the
or
world.
if I don't have a car, well, I don't. Well, it's not to me, so like it doesn't really matter if it exists in the world because I don't have it. I don't have access to it.
We're not talking about individuals. Though. We're
trillions,
talking about
trillions of
people as a group.
dollars exist in the world, but like poor people still live on the street. So I think it really matters if you have access to it or not. Don't you think? To like the person.
Are we? Why are? Hold on. This is such a fucking weird analogy.
You haven't
because we're
even been
talking
able
about
to allow
people.
me to finish the analogies to know if it's even like makes sense or not.
It's weird to me because we're talking about access. Why are you talking about access when we're talking about people just existing or not existing?
Because if it's not able to be a part of your life, it might as well not exist in this to your like your average human being.
So I shouldn't care about whether people who look like me exist in the future because I'll never meet them.
I haven't even been able to finish this yet. Please allow me
Okay,
to
sorry.
finish this.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So like I don't have a car for one of two reasons. One is because I sold it to be able to put down something on a house and now I own a house. And another reason is because it was stolen. Do you think that the situations around the cars not being there changes the situation entirely around the car not being a part of my life anymore?
No, not particularly.
No, if it's stolen or I'm able to trade it in for money to use it somewhere else?
So wait, you're losing me because I'm trying to talk about black people existing and we're doing this car analogy. So you're asking me if there's a difference between your car getting like repoed or something and you selling your car and making money off of it.
Yes, the car is gone from your life in both scenarios.
But you benefited from one scenario as opposed to the other.
Sure. Or even let's say I didn't necessarily benefit. Let's just say, well, let's not count it as a benefit. Let's say I just take the money and then I put it somewhere in a savings account and or like an emergency fund and I'm not able to use it.
Just for my benefit and Chet's benefit, what are you analogizing here?
I'm trying that question I'm trying to get to is I think it matters how things happen, even though the outcomes can on the surface look the same. If in the future there are no black people or big air quote black people, super dark skinned people, because
I was going to say
because
black people are going to exist, but dark skinned people specifically.
Okay, there's no dark skinned people, not for one reason because they were all systematically genocided, and in the future there's no dark skinned people because they just happen to be around people who love them and who made children with people who love them who just happen to not have as much melanin as them. I think that's really important. I think that's an incredibly different distinction. Yes, there'd be less in both instances, but how it happens is incredibly important as opposed to what happens in the first place.
You don't think those two are directly related as a consequence of cultural hegemony in America or in the globe?
Holy shit, no. Yeah, okay, so he does genuinely believe that race mixing is part of the white supremacist project. So this is literally the Great Replacement, fully 100% with no distinctions whatsoever, except for switching like who's, the parties involved. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, no, race mixing when people are consensually getting together and loving each other is not genocide. So the point Shark's making, the point I'm making, and I think everyone knows this, but just to like make sure that everyone knows it. So the idea here is like if you have like, okay, so just to simplify the analogy, imagine you have a community that is not remotely large enough. Imagine you have a community right here, okay? Just like this. It's like a city state or something, I don't know. And okay, right? Are you ready for it? How ready are you guys? Okay? We're even going to use the real skin tones, all right? And one half, no, that's not white enough. One half belongs to the ham sandwich race. No, that's also not right. That's better. That's closer to my skin tone. That's, okay, the sandwich race. There we go, over here, okay? And the other half over here is the not ham sandwich race. I don't think anything in a ham sandwich looks like this, unless it's like pumpernickel bread, or something like that. So there we go. And this is our, so it's like, okay, so there are 1,000 people who live in this community, right? Okay, are you guys following? There's 1,000 people live here. That's the total number of people who can live here. There's only so much room, food available, that stuff, okay? So here's the thing. The basic distinction here is that the person that Shark is talking to doesn't think there's any difference between the following two scenarios. Scenario number one is where over the course of a long enough period of time, these two groups intermingle and race mix, and eventually they both look like this. So like 200 years later, the skin tone looks more or less like this. And that's what it is. And there are no more light-skinned people and no more dark-skinned people, and that's what it would look like, okay? And what the person Shark is talking to is saying is that that outcome is fundamentally indistinguishable from the elimination of this group and then the population being refilled like this. The person Shark is talking to is arguing that there's not really a difference between those two things, because in both futures there isn't like the really dark skin tone still around. I think that's obviously ridiculous, but you can believe those two are the same things if you believe race mixing is genocide, which he does. So,
knowing that anti-blackness is global and that you don't necessarily have to yourself harbor prejudice towards black people to engage in anti-black behavior.
The anti-black behavior he's referring to here is loving one of them and starting a family with them. That is the anti-black behavior he's referring to specifically.
Do you think that having a white wife as a black guy and having mixed race children is anti-black behavior?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page there.
He does, though. He lied when he said that. He does actually believe that. He's just running away from it here because when phrased that directly, it sounds bad. But he does agree with that statement.
I just think that it could play into that, but I'm not gonna like I said, cut my nose to spite my face. I'm not going to now.
It's not really doing that though, because you could just as easily, like you're assuming, the assumption here is that I wouldn't just as easily find love and caring and a fulfilling relationship with someone who's also dark skinned like me.
That's so weird.
What? Yeah. What? Like you fall in love with a white girl and you're like, wait, no, this isn't right. And then you find a black... No one's saying you couldn't, just that you didn't in this scenario. Okay.
How?
It's just so weird to take this in and just specifically move yourself from being around and loving certain types of people because like there was and or is an effort to make less dark-skinned people. I feel like
it's weird to want more dark-skinned people to exist, knowing that there is a global project to
change your behavior in the sense that you would like forego relationships with lighter-skinned people. Yes, and like criticize darker-skinned people for having sex and children with lighter-skinned people. Yes,
they're not doing that though.
They are 100. They are 100%.
Maybe in the comments, but I feel like you're reading super far into this when it's very.
What do you think they
simple.
mean when they say this is insane?
It's insane because the family started black and now it's white.
That's insane. That's wild. That's crazy. That's unfathomable.
White supremacy is insane. Yes.
So again, right there, he lies when he says he doesn't believe. White supremacy is when race mixing. He just said that. Yeah, right there. Through loving relationships and interracial children or mixed race children, that is white supremacy. So yeah, he does believe that.
Having lighter skinned children is white supremacy?
No.
So
he does believe
but
that.
It is a goal of white supremacy.
Wait, so I want to make sure that we get this so we get this down, okay? So there being more lighter skinned people is white supremacy, but having lighter skinned children, which makes more lighter skinned people and less darker skinned people, is not white supremacy. Is that right?
Rick, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, the cat was screaming.
Sure. Like, so I just think it's really odd. So you said, and tell me if I'm wrong.
Here's the thing very simply, right?
Okay.
Very, very simply.
Sure.
So it doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day. Whoever you want to love, whoever you choose to have kids with, it truly doesn't matter.
It seems like it matters because you're telling me that
his whole argument is that it does matter. The entire time he's been arguing that it does matter because if enough dark-skinned people decide to have children with light-skinned people, then no longer in the future would there be people who look like him. That's his whole argument.
Playing into white supremacist hands by having.
Okay, no, that's not what I'm saying. But
you're not saying that you're playing into white supremacist hands by you being a dark-skinned person and having more lighter-skinned babies, therefore leading to less darker-skinned people because you could have had sex with like a darker-skinned person.
Dudes like this legit think they're further left than anyone else on Earth. Oh my God, Gally, that is so fucking true. There are so many people. This thing in particular with like a lot of black people basically just being black supremacists and thinking that makes them leftist. That's a specific thing. But there are a lot of like white people who agree with this and a lot of other like kind of adjacent scenarios, usually tanky tier stuff, where the people, they'll like everything they say sounds like it could have come out of like Mein Kampf, with a couple of the like name switch, the proper noun switch, and then but they're acting the whole time like this is some sort of straightforward, like, progressive belief.
Leading to more darker skinned people. You're saying you're not playing into white supremacy if you do that?
On an individual basis, no, but there is such a thing, and I'm thinking Dominican specifically, where you go out of your way. I forget what the term is, something La Raza, where you go out of your way to procreate with lighter skinned people so that your kids will be lighter skinned. That's definitely a thing. And that's something that people can engage.
They didn't say go out of their way, though. They were just saying that they happened to, that they just did.
Isn't this the same ideology that you just expressed to me before?
Huh?
So you said earlier that mixed race people have like bigotry towards them, and that's why I wouldn't have a mixed race person as a baby, because their aunt could be like so racist and that would fuck up their development. How can
For
you
me personally, yes.
Okay, so if you're like a dark skinned person and you're like, man, global blackness is crazy, they're gonna grow up in a racist world that hates them. I don't want to do that, but I do want children. I'm gonna go specifically have lighter skinned children so they don't experience anti-black racism. Is that not literally the same exact thing that you're doing?
I mean, yes, that's the end goal is the completion of the project of white supremacy, which is to reduce and eliminate the number of dark-skinned people in the world.
See, again, interracial marriage and race mixing is a part of a goal to eliminate black people. It's intended. It's a project. It's a genocide. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
So do you think that you're like an unwitting...
Also, holy shit, nowhere in the project of white supremacy is there white women getting railed by black guys and having mixed race children. I swear to God, I'm just saying this as a white person. He may not know because he's not white. I'll say this is the insider truth right here. White supremacy, that grand plan, does not involve white women getting railed by black guys and having mixed race children. That is not a part. White racists don't like mixed race children. They consider them black. Okay.
Like an unwitting participant? Do you think that you're like a co-collaborator, even if you may not know, of like white supremacy by having mixed race children?
Not necessarily, no.
You say not necessarily, and then you say you're qualifying a lot, which makes me feel like without the qualification, you would say yes.
Because you're talking about groups and then individuals, and you're flip-flopping back and forth between the two when there's a very distinct difference between the two. As far as individuals go, love, fuck, and procreate with whoever you want. But in terms of the group as a whole,
black people.
You're hurting black people by having light-skinned kids?
Well, wasn't that their position? Like this position, they're like you're playing
so far into these tweets that
really don't
just
think it's that far.
That literally just talking about how the kids don't have melanin, and I don't get how we get that far. You have to walk me through that.
Sure. Let me ask this question then. Let's say
why is this guy so allergic to his own positions? Shark's only pointing out what he believes.
Once again, I tweet a picture. I love tweeting pictures. And it's of a noticeably gay person, okay? It's a little gay black boy with a little gay black boyfriend. And I go, man, I never want my bloodline to end up like this. Ellipses. That's just insane. How would you feel about that tweet?
It would be homophobic as fuck, but homophobia. Wow. But wait a minute, it's homophobic, but you can't one-to-one race with sexual preference, because sexual preference is not necessarily immutable the same way having dark skin is. You understand that, right?
Your sexual preference is a what?
You could go your entire life without anyone knowing you're gay. That same is not true if you're a dark-skinned black person.
Do you not think that like sexuality is a immutable characteristic?
Okay. Do you agree or disagree that there are people who are gay you would have no clue they were gay?
Some people, sure.
Okay. What's the first thing you notice when you look at a person?
I try not to look people in the eyes.
Size.
I'm scared. They scare me. But I don't know. It could be like their hair, what they're wearing. This isn't a good question to ask for me because
this is very much a projection as well, because obviously the guy Shark is talking to thinks of race first. You know, like he could have said, "What is very easy to notice about a person?" To which race would be a pretty obvious answer. Like, I mean, because that's the answer he's like trying to lead to. But what is the first thing you notice about a person? Well, I mean, not race. I mean, are they wearing a funny hat? Could be a lot of things.
Didn't I say earlier
Yeah, you
that
don't
like
care
race
about
isn't
black
that
people
important?
yet, or that you don't care
That's
necessarily
true.
about blackness. Yeah.
I do not. So true. I do not care about black people.
I worded that incorrectly. You don't put a whole lot of stock into blackness.
My own personal, no. But I care about what people care about. So if you think that your blackness is like super important, I don't want anybody to take that from you. That seems like a really important thing to you. And
Well, I mean, it kind of seems like you do, considering how you react to these tweets.
Well, you're not. Well, that's the thing. You're not worrying about your blackness anymore, are you? You're worrying about your children and grandchildren's.
I'm worried about people like me existing in the future. Who
Your
they choose
children
to
are
procreate
people
with
like
is,
you, are they not?
but who they choose to procreate with is their business as well. Did I not say that individually it doesn't matter?
Like,
it's just my individual
It doesn't
choice.
seem. It seems like a good way to skirt away from responsibility.
I'm not responsible for it because black people aren't a monolith. You understand that, right? So not only am I not responsible for what other black people do, I can't control what other black people do. I can only control what I do.
But the tweet in question was about controlling what the children do. Your children, the race of the people they fall in with.
Okay, and it seems like the way in which you would like to do that would be to influence other people to do what you would like to do. Like tweets like this that we've been talking about, like the offending material tweet. Do you not believe that that's like a that they have an interest? So this is like arguing with this is like arguing with somebody who doesn't believe in stochastic terrorism. Like you don't have to say specifically. You don't have to say the prescription because you walk people to the line specifically. You walk people to the very line, and then you go, well, who knows what could happen if you tell people that they're living.
So the original. Can somebody pull up the original tweet super quick, just so I can show it? Because the guy Shark's talking to is being totally dishonest right now. Thank you, Tequila Sunset. Appreciate that. Yeah. So the original tweet. The photo is about two generations of family, and the kid, it's like a black guy and a white, I said, could be Hispanic, I don't know, lighter skinned kid, then an even lighter skinned kid, and the I never want my bloodline to end up like this. That's insane. So obviously, when you're talking about preventing your bloodline from ending up a certain way, and you're looking at a photo which refers to a multi-generational set of partner choices, you're obviously talking about dictating racial preferences to your children. There is no other way to interpret this. You cannot prevent your bloodline from ending up like this unless you make an effort to keep your kids from shacking up with lighter-skinned people. That's like the only way to interpret this. Any other way of interpreting this is deranged.
In a country and they're at war, you shouldn't be surprised that they act like they're at war, even though you didn't tell anybody to pick up a gun and kill anybody. Like,
so
there's no reason for
Afrofuturism is equivalent to stochastic terrorism, or at least analogous to stochastic terrorism.
In the way that you can in the way that you can bring that into the real world. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And the way in which I don't care, talk about it to people.
I don't care what my kids do or what anybody else does. I want my kids to be dark skinned like me. That's stochastic terrorism.
Wait. You don't care what they do, but you want them to be of a certain race. So you want your kids to be dark-skinned, but you're okay with them and all the generations forthwith shacking up with non-dark-skinned people?
Where's the prescription? You keep saying that there's no prescription.
There isn't. I'm choosing my personal choice. How?
That is a prescription. Wait.
It's a prescription to say that I don't care what anybody else does. Where?
That's not it. That's not the part that I'm talking about.
The part that so you have an issue with my personal choices. You have an issue with these people's personal choice.
For one, honestly, yeah. Like if you engage in this type of stuff, yeah. Like your personal choices can be pretty fucking bad. 100%.
So why are you
because they don't engage. They don't just talk about this. You're not like a single human being in all of this.
Oh, by the way, you don't even need to involve kids. I don't even respect this guy's desire to have his kids look like him. He's literally just saying, like, I would only have children with a black woman. I don't respect that either. I mean, you can do what you want, but the fact that that is your preference is pretty fucked to begin with, right? Like, there are white racists who might be like, yeah, I only want to have white children, and like, they have the right to choose their partner, but I will judge them for having that preference.
Okay, you're talking about your spouse, you're talking about children and grandchildren. There are a bunch of other people here who do not get an input, and the way in which you treat them can 100% be
What if his
disgusting.
kids have albinism? Oh, the fucking the karmic punishment.
And like circling back to this, they gave the prescription because the prescription is implied.
It's implied,
like any human being can, like, I don't know, this seems like odd to me. And I know for a fact you'd pick it up anywhere else this was happening, but you're making a special exemption for this.
Because anti-blackness is global and blackness.
Okay, so you do make an exemption for this, is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I?
That's bad.
First of all, I'm a dark-skinned black person, so this directly affects me, whether or not people like me exist in the future. That's number one. Okay, it would affect me, right?
No.
If I was
in the future you'll be dead. It doesn't affect you. You'll be dead.
To be born in the future, I would not be born in the future. That's number one.
No, so like this to him, he is his race. That's it. Like what if everyone in the future is like shorter or whatever, like 1,000 years from now they're shorter on average because of like different environmental factors. If this guy's like 6'2", would he be like, oh, I couldn't exist in that future, I wouldn't be in the future? Because like, no, you'll just be slightly different. If you were in that future, if you were born in the future, they would just be slightly different. Like you would anyway. That's how genetics works. Vosh, race preferences aren't racist. It's completely fair for a black person to want someone who can share and understand experiences that are racially unique. There's nothing inherently wrong with preferences with regards to your partner. I acknowledge that. And people are going to be influenced. But there's a difference between having preferences, like kind of just sort of generally, and having determinative preferences. So people don't like to talk about this openly because it sounds kind of like cringe or whatever. But like, let's be totally fucking real, okay? I grew up in LA, very multiracial city, albeit very segregated, okay? Culturally, white and black people in LA tend to have very different experiences, which means that a lot of white people are going to relate a lot more to other white people, and a lot of black people are going to relate a lot more to other black people. Now, nobody wants to say this out loud because of PC liberal cuckolds or whatever, but if we could sort of activate the anti-PC cuckoldry field, and I was talking to like some white person in LA, and they were like, you know, like, I'd probably prefer to end up with a white person just because we've had, like, similar cultural experiences. You know, like, I know there are a bunch of differences in the city, blah, blah. I don't think there's anything inherently racist about that. If anything, it just seems like it's an acknowledgement of general cultural differences. But here's the catch. That's a non-essentialist process, because there are black people who have similar cultural experiences to the white people in LA, aren't there? I knew black people in Beverly Hills. So clearly, when we talk about, you know, broad preferences, we're sort of painting generally, we're painting with a broad brush. The issue is this guy's making a determinative statement. And it's not about anything like, I think I'd get along better with a black woman. It's, I want my children to be black. See, that's an essentialist position there. It's not about, oh, there tend to be commonalities here that would be more likely to be better for us. It's a hard line. This is the race that I will be with. And that's what makes the real difference. So sorry, I don't mean to like carve out caveats and sound like I'm sort of like avoiding the point or whatever, but I do think that's a critical distinction right there. But I feel that way about a lot of things, you know? Yeah, I feel that way in many respects. There are preferences that are defensible, but this guy is so far beyond that, talking about fucking race war, genocide, whatever, you know?
Number two, I'm still not understanding why these people's personal preference. Again, he's talking. I never want my right. 2 generations and a melanin gone from that bloodline. We're talking specifically about bloodlines, right? We're not talking about what black people should do as a whole. They're talking about themselves and their descendants, right? And if they're going to be of the mindset that they need to try to influence who their kids procreate with or whatever, I wouldn't agree with that. But it's really fucking weird to me.
Don't you think they would when they didn't bring up, like, when they brought up the second generation and the kids that they were having? Don't you think that they would have like an opinion on that? Because I would imagine what the real issue was that like very light skin or white baby from that darker skinned grandfather. Don't you think? And don't all those memes about like the bloodlines getting lighter, don't they always include like the white or like almost white grandchild or great grandchild with a dark skinned grandparents or great grandparents?
Listen to what you just said and what we referenced earlier. It's not about Malaysian people. It's not about Filipino people. It's not about Thai people. It's about white people, because whiteness is something very specific, especially in contrast to blackness. Why is this like hard concept to understand?
I want to ask this question because this seems very interesting to me. If let's say white supremacy never existed, would you feel the same exact way about the whole like breeding thing?
If there was a specific group that said that actively devalued dark-skinned people, yeah, that's the whole thing, right? Is that we exist in a culture, whether we're conscious of it or not, that actively devalues melanin and dark-skinned people. So applying value to that as a consequence of that is really fucking weird. When the alternative is to just say, "Fuck it, if they genocide us, they genocide us," right?
We're only talking about race mixing, and he's using the word genocide explicitly. Right there. This is what he's actually thinking in his head. Yeah. No matter whether or not he's willing to own the like end point of his positions, like, yeah, we're only talking about race mixing here.
But with this,
which is kind of your take, right? Because you don't care if dark-skinned people.
You used to have this guy in a panel you hosted? Yeah, I did. You know what? I'm gonna keep it real with you, okay? You start looking for like all black panels, whatever. There are gonna be some guys who are like this. You know why? Because you fucking whites don't call this shit out. You do nothing. White people, when they like say shit like this, like racist shit like this or whatever, get lumped into the category racist pretty fucking quick. At least to lefties, they do. You know, not everywhere, but in our circles, they do. You guys, you white people who are by far the majority of online politics, live streaming, debate, whatever consumers, you guys are way the fuck more permissive of this shit.
People exist in the future.
But that's not genocide.
Then why did they call it that?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about an individual choice that somebody makes when it comes to who they date and who they don't date and who they procreate and who they do not procreate with. Me, you, Aston, Mac, Umar, that's his name, Umar Johnson, is that right? I've never listened to a single thing from him, but he kind of makes me uncomfortable.
I don't know who that is.
Okay. I don't know. Other
you gotta understand,
other
I'm
Negro
proletariat,
pilled
dog.
people. What?
I drive a forklift 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I don't have the time to pay attention to a lot of these other content creators. I'm not going to hold you. But I mean, I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with being a dark-skinned person who values other dark-skinned people and wants their children to be dark-skinned.
I value dark-skinned people.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that I need them or going to, if it happens naturally, like try to push for them to continue existing. That's fine.
The goal of the project of white supremacy was for it to happen naturally.
Do you think that if you
No, I don't. I really wish I knew where he was getting this. The idea that there's some kind of grand project of white supremacy that involves slowly turning black people brown via race mixing with white people. I have no clue. Yeah, I've never even heard that framing.
If you're a black person, you have sex with a white person and have lighter skinned babies, are you like a unwitting foot soldier of white supremacy?
No.
How can you not?
He thinks
when
yes.
you just said that was the goal.
He thinks yes. He means yes. Again, he's running away from because
you keep bringing up this
natural
the conspiracy goal to make black people disappear. In the same breath, you're talking about a random black person just having a white spouse. It seems like they have to be working in tandem, even unwittingly, for this to happen. Because otherwise, you wouldn't be bringing them up together.
You were the one that brought them up together.
So I just
my whole point from the very beginning is that people should be allowed. Okay. So you think that it's weird for people to have preferences as far?
Yeah, I don't understand because like the race mixing doesn't reliably accurately like have people's melanin count or whatever. It obviously doesn't work that way. The population of Africa is higher than the population of Europe by 1/2 billion. I do not think white supremacists are so invested in the destruction of dark-skinned people that we're going to that we're going to try to what intermix to make us all. That would end with us all being black. It doesn't make any sense. I don't get it at all. white supremacists have always tried to prevent miscegenation.
Far as what their children look like and who they grew up around. That's obvious, right? I would agree.
Can you say that one more time?
You think it's weird for people to have any type of stock in what their children look like and the family members that they have their children with, right?
I do think it's weird, and the more militant you get about it, the weirder it gets until it reaches peak.
I would agree.
You're a bad person.
I would agree. In a vacuum. The thing is that we don't live in a vacuum. We live in a culture and a society that actively devalues dark skin.
Sure. Wait, let me ask this question. I want to switch it around. Do you think that if you specifically...
So it's important to remember what he's essentially saying right now is the anti-race mixing, paranoid, ethno-statey values that I'm holding right now are justified because I'm the persecuted minority. Guys, every group thinks they're the persecuted minority. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. There's a reason why the Nazis spent so much time talking about how they were the victims of a big Jewish conspiracy. Every group frames themselves the victim. It doesn't matter whether or not they actually are when it comes to stuff like, I don't know, anti-miscegenation laws. The actual, like, did it matter that white people were not actually being oppressed in America in, like, 1850s when they passed anti-miscegenation laws? No, the anti-miscegenation laws went through either way. So this attitude of, like, victimhood means it's okay for us to do all this stuff that would otherwise be bad is just not true. It does not work that way.
We have dark-skinned children. Are you fighting back against white supremacy?
Yes, because you're procreating more dark-skinned people.
So
you're doing the opposite of what
when you make more dark-skinned people, you're fighting against white supremacy. But when you make more light-skinned people, you're not helping white supremacy.
Because those kids are still black.
But you said, well, dark-skinned is what was the important part for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're not dark-skinned, would they? Would they be? The likelihood would be low.
Between a black person and a white person?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure, but the kid would still be black at the end of the day.
Okay, so once again, you're telling me you would be fighting against white supremacy to have dark-skinned children, but you would not be helping white supremacy when you have light-skinned children.
Black people having children at all is fighting against white supremacy.
Are you not helping as much? Are you helping less, or are you hurting more than somebody having dark-skinned children?
You are okay. So in terms of black people, you're not really. It's like neutral because if you're a black person, your kids are going to be black. That's what blackness is.
But we're talking about dark skin here.
Okay, so if we're talking about dark skinned people on an individual basis, it's kind of inconsequential. But yeah, if you
wait, he doesn't even believe that because the last kid in that 2-generation photo that the tweet was about looked white and was being treated as white.
As a whole, as a group, if the majority of dark-skinned people decided that they wanted to have kids with lighter-skinned people for whatever reason, then that would be the completion of the goal of white supremacy, whether they were conscious of it or not. The thing is that most black people...
I genuinely cannot believe that he thinks that white and black people intermarrying is the completion of the goal of white supremacy. I have no fucking idea. That is just so insane to me. Yeah, well, yeah, okay.
Don't operate that way. I care.
My question is, who cares?
I mean,
if that's actually what they want, who cares? Why is it important to like change their mind or like take their hand and tell them you need to do something else? We are at the point where,
first of all, we're not making a prescription. That's number one. Number two, as I said we are not, as I said multiple times throughout this conversation as well, cultural hegemony means that you don't have to have that goal to complete it. People don't have to be racist to engage in anti-blackness or white supremacy.
Okay, so you are...
So he does think it's anti-blackness and white supremacy to have interracial... Yeah.
So you are working to complete the goal of white supremacy, but you're not a foot soldier or unwitting
This is such a dishonest framing of this.
How? This seems like 1-to-1 to me. Like, how do you help a wrongful cause while also not being an unwitting, like... what's the word for it? It's like a something fool? What is it?
Because your light-skinned kids could still have dark-skinned kids if they choose to date and procreate with dark-skinned people, especially if they're black, because they're going to occupy the same class at the end of the day.
Yeah, how are you not a useful idiot to this? I don't know. It's just...
I mean, sure, if you would like to portray it that way, but as stated previously, your kids are still going to be black, which means that in all likelihood, they're probably also going to value darker skin.
God, this guy's brain is just fucked down to the core, isn't it?
Will they? I don't know. It seems like
so.
These days a lot of people really, like you explained it. You said a lot of people really like lighter skin. Isn't it like a big thing? Like don't a lot of people hold on pedestals like white girls and like light skin or red bone girls is like the ultimate like female prize?
Yeah, that's very much true. But to pretend like that is equivalent to active hatred of dark skinned people is kind of disingenuous, don't you think?
What?
No, not really. A lot of people can feel that way.
So if someone really likes white people, that automatically means that they hate black people?
Wait. Take it one step back. I want to make sure I heard you right, because I may have misheard you.
So if someone's really into, say, for example, they're super enthusiastic about Irish culture, or fuck it, we'll say white culture, right? Even though we understand what whiteness is.
Really
Does that necessarily mean that they automatically hate all dark-skinned people, hate all black people?
No.
Okay, then. So when we talk about people who are actually marginalized and the target of white supremacy, why does liking them mean that they dislike someone else? As stated before.
We're not talking about whether they're liking. We're talking about whether you would preclude a given race from interbreeding.
These people are talking about their own generations.
It's not just liking them.
Okay.
It's like I still don't understand how you don't get the implied prescription here of a sentence like that. And it feels like you understood it when we talk about like other people when it comes to the same exact situation, when it comes to gay people, or like if I was to make some
because gay people is not an analogy to black people. It's just not. Furthermore, black gay people exist. I know you disagree because you don't understand this shit and it's obvious.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah,
You
like,
can
yeah,
have
like that's just that's just intersectionality though. Okay. Yeah, I know intersectionality exists. You can be at the crossroads of multiple different prejudice and power positions.
The whole purpose of the intersection
is not. And you can be at the intersection of two marginalized positions, which could be black and gay.
So why do we need to talk about gay if we're talking about black then?
I think it's I think it's quite easy to make an analogy between two marginalized classes.
It's not. It's not, because white gay people exist. That's what gentrification is.
What?
What? White people are gentrifying. Wait, can you explain? Can you elaborate, please?
White people find a nice. So white queer people exist in a weird intersection because they don't get all the benefits of white supremacy, even though they themselves are white. So what they.
Yes, they do. They just don't get the benefits of heterosexual hegemony. Or thank you, heteronormativity. He's going to essentialize this down to the race thing again. Because he's anti-intersectional.
Is they find other marginalized communities and center themselves in them. And as a consequence of that, they push those other people out. That's why a lot of the most gentrified areas that you see have rainbow flags. This is studied and written about.
All right. Let's even take that.
So, I guess considering the fact that everything else he said is basically just Nazi ideology, he would default to the globo homo as well. So this is a really complicated subject, but the really broad of it is that gentrification is done by investment companies, house construction companies, and realtor investors working in collaboration with city political officials and the police to make more money off of given properties by kicking poorer, usually non-white communities out in favor of people who are willing to come right in. And guys, I want you to think for a second, politically speaking, which groups do you think are most likely to be okay moving into a neighborhood that is adjacent to black communities, that is inner city, that is culturally rich? Is it going to be bumpkus conservative white boys from the rural areas? No. It's going to be largely liberal and progressive urbanites. And a lot of those people are queer. The political forces at work here are not malicious from the part of the progressives or the liberals or whatever. The housing markets you know, sort of the cogs of the housing market turn inevitably with the whim of the incredibly wealthy and powerful investors in housing companies that decide stuff like this, the developers and the landlords and blah blah. But yeah, if you wonder why there tend to be so many gay flags in recently gentrified areas, it's because the people who move there are people who tend to be okay with living in inner cities and tend to be okay living around black people. Namely, they tend to be progressives. So businesses established there either cater to that or are established and run by people of those political dispositions. So you have like a middle or upper middle class progressive demographic that tends to be the primary wave of gentrification. They do not cause gentrification. Even if no gay people existed or whatever, even if this group of upper to middle class progressive urbanites didn't exist, other groups would fill these spaces because realtors develop them to be filled, obviously. The progressives aren't the ones in power here when it comes to fucking gentrification.
That is true for a moment.
It is.
How are they? Why are you like removing their intersectionality of this issue?
They're white, so they automatically raise the property value, which means that people that can't afford that shit can't live there.
We're not
what
talking
class
about
exists?
Gentrification at the moment.
Okay.
Also, I don't know what white people are really supposed to do about that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. me progressively painting myself with shoe shine before walking outside so that if any prospective home buyers walk by, they think I'm black and I keep the housing prices down in my neighborhood.
So why are you removing their intersectionality? They still are marginalized.
Whose intersectionality?
They're still marginalized even if they are white.
Gay people? White gay people?
Yes.
Because they're not black.
What?
They're the opposite of black.
What?
Okay.
The races aren't on a color wheel. There's no okay. Again, it's all black and white, like great race politics, race war. His struggle, you know.
I'm not denying their intersectionality.
You are.
I'm very much acknowledging that intersectionality. Did I not at the beginning say that they don't get all the same benefits from white supremacy as other cishet white people?
Sure, but you're saying that they're like so fundamental.
No, but they do. Whether you're gay or not, the benefits of white supremacy continue to exist. This is what intersectionality is. There are other things, the heteronormativity. That's the thing that...
different, and once again, I'm still talking simply about the sexuality and or the identity.
Okay, you're memeing now, because I know you know the difference between white gay people and black gay people.
I know the difference.
Okay, so then what's this conversation about?
I'm just, we didn't have to get on this part. You could have, all I said was that like it's pretty easy to...
I mean, you're the one who loves analogies.
Yeah, he can't understand oppression that isn't racial. His worldview can't, like, account for it.
When we're talking about something very simple, so I was just trying to get on your level.
What's wrong? What's wrong with analogies?
We're talking about something that doesn't need analogy.
I just don't, that feels like anti-intellectualism to me.
It's anti-intellectualism to say that you should be
exactly
able to speak plainly about things.
That sounds exactly like this is common sense. Why should we like...
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's common sense. I'm saying you can speak about these things without needing to analogize because there is no analog to blackness.
I mean, okay, if you feel that way. I just don't think that we're just going to agree on that.
It's the truth.
Okay.
Black is very specific in terms of class. Do you not understand this?
Okay. I don't... I mean, like, it just, like... Some
you can be
treated
all kinds
worse
of things
than others.
Yes, and black and indigenous people get treated the worst no matter what intersection they are. Gay, straight, bi, lesbian.
Well, I mean, I guess that depends on like where they are and everything.
No, that's where they exist in the world because anti-blackness is global. White supremacy and imperialism is a global project.
This isn't what he's saying is just not true. It's just it's too complicated, and he's trying to make a very strong, very deterministic, very black and white argument for something that is so insanely complicated that no single person could like describe even a fraction of it. Like, what are the racial politics of the planet? Fuck, dude. I don't know. Go get me like 10,000 experts to argue over it.
Are we really having this conversation right now?
Here, I want to ask this question. Do you think that there are some areas where black people are treated better than gay people?
I'm assuming this was an easy Shark W. Oh yeah, I'm really important for sure, for sure. I want to point out, by the way, this doesn't usually happen when I go over other debates, but Shark has been killing it like every point of this. You know, we're watching Shark's debate. We're view stealing, okay? If you dipshits don't go on over and sub and watch to his shit, okay? That's because you're racist. What? You sub to me but not to him? What? Because I'm white? Wow.
Do I?
Yeah. Do you think that's possible?
That's a weird question because black gay people exist.
I just want to ask.
Black gay people exist.
Sure. What are they like?
So how is that?
What are they like 0.2% of the population or something?
I don't necessarily.
Didn't you say earlier that you
number.
could go your entire life without like being known as like queer or something? So let's say
yeah,
like
the same is not true of being dark skinned black or black.
Okay. So let's say once again, they don't know that there's any gay people. Well, they don't know. Yeah, they don't know if there's any like gay people. Do you think that like there's an area on God's green earth where like anywhere, it could be like a little town where like black people are treated better than gay people typically?
I just truly don't. I can't answer this question because black gay people exist, so I don't understand the question.
Okay. All right then.
He's not willing to answer it at all. There are people who have been treated like there are white people in black neighborhoods who have been treated worse than the people around them because they're white. It's not common at all when you're talking about billions of people on Earth. Yeah, stuff happens. Lots of stuff happens. Counterexamples happen. It gets complicated. Life is complicated. Analysis is complicated.
Black and gay are not two separate entities. You can be black and gay.
Okay.
The state and the city that I live in is very black and very queer.
All right. I'm not denying that. I actually don't know what to tell you, partner.
Likewise.
Rootin' tootin'.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think I think when you're marginalized, we can like analogize to other marginalized statuses.
Not with black people.
Exactly.
Because black people exist at the bottom and intersect with all other marginalized communities.
Again, like it's the painting of a grand racial narrative that he's trying to do. Like there's no like set of interlocking contextual, like, you know, it's not like this big broad complex thing. It's like the war, you know, it's the battle between blackness and whiteness, and that's it, and everything can be framed into that, you know. Intersectionality, as long as it has only one axis.
Doesn't matter what marginalized community you're talking about, there's black people there and they get treated worse than white people.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk about, bud?
Nah, I think I'm about done.
Okay. All right, have a good night. Take care of yourself, okay?
Likewise, brother. Stay black.
I guess.
I'm gonna stay white every time I talk to a white person now at the end of the convo.
I just like, was there anything more for me to like touch on? I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Was there anything else that I could possibly say?
This meme is very real.
Nah, Shark, you good. You good, Shark. You good. I like Shark a lot. Seriously, you really should subscribe to his channel. They call me the White Shark. He was not willing to admit his positions because he knew they were horrible. Yeah. A lot of people do that. You good? Was that Ebonics? Ebonics is not the proper term anymore. It's AAVE, actually. It really sucks. That Ebonics is a racist term because AAVE sounds so fucking nerdy and it's so difficult to say quickly, you know? Like, it's such a fucking Poindexter. Why not just say jive? Absolutely, dude. Hey, Lamau, no cap. Oh, sorry, that was just me speaking jive. You know, I learned a little bit of it on the over the weekend, and it's really livened up my vocabulary. Demon Mama, defend that guy. Well, remember what I said about white people being overly permissive of racism when it comes from black people if they're progressive? Yeah. I warned you. Warned you all. His community is now calling Shark a race traitor. Can you show me that? What do you mean by his community? Is there like a Twitter or anything? Is there some place that I can see that? Sake, thanks to $10. Yep, it's the Professor Flowers thing again. It's the same thing. We're gonna keep running into this, guys. It's the same, like... It's the same, like, my arguments that are indistinguishable from ethno-state, racist, fascist, Nazi, conspiracy, whatever, white genocide, you know, it's all fine because I'm the minority group. It's a pretty common issue. Hey Vosh, this guy was stuck in the same race sale thinking Europeans created and brainwashed into black people during slavery. He is framing himself. Oh, well, yeah, I mean... Yeah. Wacky stuff. I had a father who wanted me so badly to date black because I was the son who had the darkest skin tone. It's a lot of unnecessary pressure based on something I can't control. Yeah, I think it's super fucked up. For sure. Yeah, it's a fucked up thing. It's a fucked up expectation to put in a kid. Like, yeah, here's the race that you get to date or whatever. Let me catch up on donos and I'll talk with chat for a bit and then I'll cut it. HTTP Lovecraft, thanks for the $10. Yeah. BCP04, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Theos is the $5. Would you say you trust the FBI more than local and state law enforcement? No. No, well, not broadly. What matters is like the specific thing they're doing. That's very, very contextual. Local and state law enforcement have different biases from the FBI, but they all these institutions have strong biases and are very difficult to check. Theosis and Matthew H, thank you for the $5 both. How do I respond to the statement, fascism is when the government gets the corporations to censor regular people? You hit them over the head. It's completely incoherent. Fascism is when the government gets the corporations to censor regular people. First of all, fascist governments censor themselves. Why would they ever delegate the legal process of state censorship to corporations? Like, then you can't even use the power of the state. That's ridiculous. That's completely silly. Hit them over the head. And Theosis, Brigador was a great game, and I strongly suggest you play it. Sake, thank you for the $10. Ready to start selling drones in Arizona? Yeah, to keep an eye on the cops. For sure, for sure. Aaron Michael Simpson, thank you for the $10. Hey Vosh, this is a third stream. I'm actively participating in. I'm back in college. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I am, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Joe Biden 99 and Mr. Saxkey, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Jason here, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Very kind of you. Brew Mastercraft with $20. Any crimes a police officer commits should have a mandatory sentence / fine of at least 6 times that crime, or to be applied to a civilian. I'm totally okay with more punitive standards for police officers. A lot of power means a lot of responsibility. I think I even read that in a comic book once. Vivian can read, thank you for the $5. Told my alt-right parents that I'm trans. Always a good start. My mom told me to watch some Matt Walsh videos as a reasonable argument against trans rights. Thanks for being cool. Ah, I assume you found them convincing and have chosen to be cisgender now? Great stuff. Sorry about that. Nikes Nutake? Oh god, this is some fucking French name. Something something. With the 10 Australian. Mr. Streamer, I am humbly requesting you look into the Scott Morrison ministerial portfolio scandal. The former PM of Australia basically made himself secret president. It's completely wild. I can give it a look, but probably not right now. Thank you. Villis KR3 with the $10. Trump is going to represent himself in the court case regarding the top secret documents. Yeah, okay, I saw people talking about this, and I still don't know if I believe it. Apparently Donald Trump is going to be representing himself, but, like, there's no way, right? I think it was just, like, a document got submitted that had him listed as, like he was listed where you'd expect the legal team to be listed, but was only him. But I don't think it's going to happen. There is absolutely no way at all that Donald Trump would self-represent. There's no way. It's not possible. It can't be possible. If it ends up being possible and it gets televised, it will be, without question and exaggeration, the best television ever produced in the United States. In a glorious final blaze before he gets, before he, I don't know, snorts amphetamines and tries to tackle the judge before getting pile-driven into the ground by a bailiff and killed instantly. It will be the greatest television ever produced. So I hope Yeah, that's my former president, Donald Trump. Chuji, thank you for the $10. Yeah, I remember the cops surrounding that, like, the robbers of the like jewelry store. I remember that. I covered that on stream. In Word, with the 670, I think you hosting Twitter Spaces or join them. There's some content. I can't join Twitter Spaces and talk into them from the computer. You can listen to them from the desktop, but you can't talk into them from the desktop, which kind of ruins it. Fernibus, thank you for the very kind tier 3 sub. I'm trying to be less online and avoid internet drama for my mental health, but goddamn, this CM shit was wild. There's no way I could have read it all, so here. Yeah, Caleb Maupin has really cemented himself as a top tier force in the lore. Apparently sometime soon I'll talk to his a member of his cult. Somniostatic, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Question, you mentioned the phenomenon of MTV kids ending up just following MTV culture instead of creating their own. Did you see that on the Adam Curtis doc? It was a long time ago. I don't remember the specific documentary, but it was a documentary. So there's a decent shot that was it, yes. I quite like that documentary. And Word, thank you for the 666. How do I feel about this? What is this?
For your... Yeah, I've been looking for your sweet and sour chicken ass. Oh, your boys ain't here now? What he at? Dang, you all alone.
That's from Rush Hour, and he's pointing a gun at an Asian guy. I feel like the anti-Asian racism is counteracted by the incomprehensible follow-up noises, as though the racism caused him psychic damage.
Your boys ain't here now? What he at? Dang, you all alone. Here now? What he at? Dang, you all alone.
It's like brain freeze right there. And oh yeah, casual racism is all over the place. Up to like the mid 2000s. When it really started to get like addressed. Blake Tessie, thank you for the $5. Wanted to provide a therapy cat for all of chat to enjoy. Say hi to Gilmore. Ooh. Making biscuits. I love that cats make biscuits. You know why they do this? It's a holdover. It's a holdover from when they're little kittens, because this is what they do to their mama cat's big fat titties to make the milk come out. They need the boobies to make the milk want to come out. Wait, for real? Yeah. It's their booby instinct. Bad Nanable, thank you for the $5. Trump representing himself would be the only thing funnier than Rudy. Oh, yeah. It's top tier. Nothing tops that. So when they do that to you, are you a booby? Yes. It's a scent marking thing, too. I think the main thing they do to scent mark is they rub their face against everything in the fucking house. Alexander, $3. Have you heard Red Pill Incel channel BX Beast Boy is stalking and sexually harassing Hunter Avalon's wife and daughter? It's really disgusting. No, I know nothing about this, but I will seek to educate myself after stream is over. AT522 thanks for the $5. Can't believe you're not hearing out black voices by taking a position in this debate. Ah. Well, I am very racist. Tim Elijah, thank you for the $5. Hey Vosh, it's my birthday. Happy birthday! I've been watching you for about a year and a half. Love you and your content. Here's a baby. Ooh. Look at this scraggly Yosemite Sam cat. Ooh. Now more refined. Same cat, right? I think the same cat, yes. Now refined. Ooh. They look like an Oreo. I love them. Truly excellent stuff. Okay, we caught up with Donos. So how are you guys doing today? Do you think police departments are going more and more right, especially in recent times? it's difficult to say. On one hand, police departments have always had the problems we see from them today. It's possible that increasing hatred of police, which has really been ramping up, especially in the past 50 or so years, means that people who join the police are more likely to be right-wing because left-leaning people are like kind of discouraged from joining the police. But there could be other factors as well, because we've generally gotten more progressive as a society. So moving is exhausting, Mika. I bought Brigador and the menus are unusable? I don't know how. When you draw, do you start with the head or the torso and legs? Well, I first sketch with pencil, but when I actually set down, like, ink, it's usually good to start, at least a little bit with the face, so you know what you're working with. I haven't seen the show Primal. David Hold'em with the $7. I called Shoeonhead's boyfriend a fascist and she blocked me. Am I wrong? No. He's more esoteric than most. And he's not a fascist in the like Charlie Kirk, you know, Matt Walsh sense or whatever. That's not the type of thing. It's more of he's worse. He's not worse than Charlie Kirk or Matt Walsh. It's more whose shoes BF? It's the same BF. More like he's not a public figure, right? No, not really. What would a good example be? I have a feeling that he would be closer ideologically to those esoteric, we must return traditionalist types who formed the proto-fascist movement. Like before fascism got irrevocably associated with state power and militarism and stuff like that, like from the 1900 like earlier, there was kind of like a wing of traditionalist thought that had some good critiques about like industrial society, but was mostly just like laying the groundwork. Like what like Evola was like kind of a bridge between that, I think, and what we consider today to be modern fascism. So maybe a kind of paleo-fascist. I guess, I mean, in the grand moral compass, you know, scaling or whatever, it's preferable, I think, to what I'd consider to be like modern fascism. But he is illiberal in the exactly the way that the proto-fascists or the traditionalists would have been. Oh, the cool fascist? No, I'm a cool fascist. As a black person, that debate made me want to jump out the window. It's always some gatekeepy bullshit. It kind of reminds me of the whole Donald Glover situation. Yeah, it's pretty fucking weird. Happy birthday, Hudson the Gamer. How is that not a major turnoff for Shuvash? How am I supposed to know what's going on in Shu's head? What has ever given any of you the impression that I have any fucking idea what Shu wants? Or what Shu is up to? When have I ever given you guys that impression? I don't know. It could... honestly, Shu's overwhelming maternal would-be trad wife but can't get off the internet wants a man to tell her to bake a pie instinct might override other disagreements she has. I don't know. I have no idea. Fox News poll shows has moved towards plus 28 for Dems since Roe overturned. What is this? Like, wait, dads. Like, actually dads. This seems like hopium to me. Americans in general are moving away from the Republican Party. This is a Fox News poll shown on MSNBC. Women are up 7 points Dem. White women 8 Dem. Non-white women 10 Dem. Wait. If women in general are up 7 points, and white and non-white are up 8 and 10 respectively, acknowledging the fact that white and non-white is all women, because that would include all women who must either be white or non-white, how then could women as a whole have a lower inclination towards the Dems then the two groups... Is there another subgroup? Whatever. Anyway, apparently dads are up 28 points. If the great happening doesn't happen, if the great happening does not take place, it will be because Roe v. Wade was a step too far. You know? Like to pull this back and to use this sheet again so I don't have to open and save and whatever. With regards to like the political disposition in this shithole fucking country, you know? That I wasn't holding shift. It happened again. Look, this is the pen tool, not the line tool. I wasn't holding shift. No, I wasn't. I swear to God. What kind of freak would I be if I immediately paused like that the nanosecond it finished? That would have been too good of acting for me. That was just insane luck. Okay. Well, anyway, if you split America's voting blocks into 3 groups of roughly equal size, the Republicans, the Independents, and the Democrats, like that, Republicans can't be moved from their position because they're psychotic and a death cult, and they are politically indistinguishable from, like, orcs. So they're staying right the fuck here. The hope is that when the Republicans do crazy shit, really wacky shit, independents get moved over to here. And then you get, like, the extra block. You know, that's the hope. You want all of the grillers, all the boomers, all the, like, people who think both parties are the same to wake up one day and go, oh, wow, Republicans really did just overturn the fucking Roe v. Wade. And then they, you know, they turn out and vote more. That's the hope. Will that happen? I don't know, but that is the thing that would indeed prevent the happening. Oh, the Non Sequitur show with the $5. Hey, coworker said to me, "Oh, you're a YouTuber. Do you know Vosh?" Really? Oh God, the ignoble group who has spoken to me. I kid you not. Didn't say I was a fan. Just knew of you. Hope you're well, Steve. I hope you're well. Yeah. Were you like Vosh? No. What a fucking retard. I hate him, but I don't know him. I don't know who you're talking about, but I hate him. You know, that's the smart move to pull. When people are asked that. My friends do. Chainsaw Chimera at the $5. Finally going to be a paleontologist again after my Thursday orientation. Based! I'll be starting my first assignment next Monday. Hell yeah, I'm really happy to hear that. Moving on up. All right, folks. I got a skedaddle. I don't know when tomorrow I'm going to stream, but after tomorrow's stream, I might not stream for a little bit. The reason for this is because I'm getting my other ear keloid zoinked, which is a fairly painful process. Somewhat unfortunate, and it might be a little while. I'll try to do offline stream recordings though. So if you tend to tune in exclusively for the live streams, there are probably going to be some non-live streamed video segments coming out in the near future. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. And in the meantime, wait, who do I... Let's see, who's kicking? A decent number of people are kicking. Riverboat Jack's doing a birthday stream. All right. My heart is not made of iron. Go say hi to Riverboat Jack. I like her, so you all should like her too. That's how it works. Host, Twitch, Riverboat Jack. Nice. I'll see you guys soon, yeah?